Traders Association. Tea farmers like Alex Macharia are worried about the impact.
This tea subsector actually supports around millions of people in Kenya, actually small-scale farmers. And so if this war continues, we see so many people going hungry, children dropping out of school, and people skipping meals.
Kenya exports an average of 100 million kilograms of tea annually to Middle East markets. Widespread disruption to global shipping through channels like the Strait of Hormuz is starting to hurt. George Omuga is the managing director of the association that runs the Mombasa tea auction. He said losses since March 1st were piling up to the tune of $8 million per week.
The Middle East is about 25%, but about 25% this auction. And the Pakistan also neighbors by 40%, so they're talking about a market share of 65%. So should this war continue, the impact, the negative consequences will be more severe for the tea trade and tea retailers.
Tea destined for Pakistan and Egypt was still moving, but only by longer routes, driving up freight and insurance costs and squeezing exporters' margins.
Yeah, look at that point of view.
There could be some rain out there. It's certainly already rained out there. There's some rain in the area. There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here. You're going to start to hear now from the crew themselves as they walk them through configuring their various consoles.
No longer is the structure there. The access Orion also provides the tools. Now watching a crew walk across Krakasar, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Center. So they're continuing to put on gloves. Reed and Jeremy, look, they've been checked.
See him going now? When he's our turnaround, we can...
Here we are back inside Orion, where the close-up crew.
Liquid hydrogen. Those two propellants are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for liquid oxygen.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're cleaning up on those soup leak messages that we got from us. We're doing it now.
Something that's a collaboration nation, and that's why we have European.
Sank and oil jumped above $100 on Thursday after US President Donald Trump vowed to keep hitting Iran.
We're in great shape for the future.
Trump said in a Wednesday primetime address the US would hit Iran extremely hard within weeks. He argued key military aims were close to being met and the conflict was nearing its end. But he didn't give a timeline for an exit, which kept investors unsure about the scope and duration of the campaign. Oil prices climbed more than 7% on Thursday, with Brent crude near $108 per barrel by early morning in Europe. It was driven by investor concerns Trump didn't spell out when or how the Strait of Hormuz would reopen. The strait is a critical shipping route which was recently shut, and oil supply disruptions have already hit Asia hard. Asian stocks were down after the speech, with almost all regional bourses in the red. Japan's Nikkei lowered by 2.4%, while South Korea's Kospi slid even more at 4.7%. Europe also opened with a fall of more than 1%, and US stock futures slid by a similar amount. A potential end to the month-long US-Israeli war with Iran had lifted global stocks and knocked the dollar off its recent highs in the past two sessions. That's after a brutal March where soaring oil prices hurt risk assets. But investors were back to selling almost everything except the US dollar after Trump's Wednesday speech. The risk-off mood looks set to grow ahead of the long weekend, with many global markets shut on Friday. Investors are likely to cut exposure quickly. They may be wary that any prolonged disruption to shipping through the Strait of Hormuz would lead to a sharp blow to global growth. Trump said the US doesn't need the key oil gateway and it will open naturally once the conflict is over.
Flash billboards in Moscow are labelling young drone pilots as the new indispensables. The recruitment campaign is hoping to woo students across Russia to join drone units fighting in Ukraine. It comes as Russian forces continue to grind forwards on the battlefield and as US brokered peace talks are on ice due to the Iran war. Large financial incentives are being offered in particular to those studying technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow is diversifying its push to replenish its army ranks, but it is not part of a general mobilization drive, something the Kremlin said this week was not on the agenda. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of the Security Council, told state media on Friday more than 400,000 people had signed up last year and over 80,000 so far this year. Drone operators are considered high-value targets. Recruiting students suggests Moscow is keen to pour more skilled human resources into its drone forces. For both sides, these are playing an increasingly pivotal role in what has long become a grinding war of attrition. Many Russian universities are promising students significant financial incentives if they enlist. Some packages offer exemption from fees, free accommodation and direct payments. There are unconfirmed media reports universities having recruitment quotas to meet. Reuters were unable to independently confirm that.
President Donald Trump on Friday proposed to begin privatizing airport security operations held by the Transportation Security Administration in a bid to cut costs. White House budget proposal comes from for the federal agency $52 million and would require small airports to enroll in a program in which TSA pays private cleaners. Comes as Trump looks to cut 10% on defense spending for the 27th fiscal year, while proposing a massive $500 billion increase in military budget as the U.S. continues its war against Iran through a budget to require the approval by Congress. TSA has about 50,000 federal employees who handle screening in nearly all U.S. airports. Budget documents released on Friday airports currently using practicing program demonstrates income compared to federal screening locations. Major U.S. airports stopped mass disruptions after TSA kiosks were paid since mid-February amid a budget dispute in Congress. More than 500 TSA officers in recent weeks. Transportation could help move TSA for crowdful and flights. Because the airport agency become a critical time for air travel, risking insurance and air safety. Trump budget also included many higher air traffic controllers.
Black purples in Moscow, young drone pilots at the new Invincibles recruitment campaign is hoping students across Russia join drone units in Ukraine. It comes Russian forces continue to grind forward on the battlefield and SES peace to sunrise due to around war. Live fire incentives being offered in particular to those studying technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow's diversified push to replenish its army ranks, but not part of general mobilization drive. The Kremlin said this week was not on the agenda. Houses as disruption to shipping routes linked to the Iran war continues, according to the East Africa Tea Traders Association. Tea farmers like Alex Macharia are worried about the impact.
This tea subsector actually supports around millions of people in Kenya, actually, small-scale farmers. And so if this war continues, we see so many people going hungry, children dropping out of school, and people skipping meals.
Kenya exports an average of 100 million kilograms of tea annually to Middle East markets. Widespread disruption to global shipping through channels like the Strait of Hormuz is starting to hurt. George Omuga is the director of the association that runs Mombasa Tea Auction. He said losses in March first part of the tune of $8 million per week.
They decide an average of 20%, but average of 20% this auction. And also neighbors by 40%, so they claim about market share of 65%. So should this war continue, the net consequence will be possible. So the tea that average plus.
Tea in Pakistan and Egypt was moving but only by longer routes, driving up freight insurance costs and squeezing exporters' margins.
Yeah, look at that point, yeah.
Could rain out there at the pad. It's already rained out there. There's a main area. There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here. You're going to start to hear now is from the crew themselves as they walk them through configuring their various consoles.
Mobile launcher is the security there. Is access Orion that also provides the fuels. And now we're watching the crew walk across Caracas Arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Center. They are continuing to put on Glove Reed and Jeremy. They've been checked.
It's going now. When I turn around and walk in.
Here we are back at Orion, where the close-up crew.
Liquid hydrogen. Those who propellant are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen.
And CDR,
Go ahead, ND.
Yeah, we're going to clean up on those messages that we got from us. We're going to do that now.
Great copies.
Something that's the collaboration of nations, and that's why we have European.
Sank and oil jumped above $100 on Thursday after US President Donald Trump vowed to keep hitting Iran.
We're in great shape for the future.
Trump said in a Wednesday primetime address the US would hit Iran extremely hard within weeks. He argued key military aims were close to being met and the conflict was nearing its end. But he didn't give timeline for an exit, which kept investors unsure about the scope and duration of the campaign. Oil prices climbed more than 7% on Thursday, with Brent crude near $108 per barrel by early morning in Europe. It was driven by investing concerns. Trump didn't spell out when or how the Strait of Hormuz would reopen. The strait is a critical shipping route which was recently shut, and oil supply disruption have already hit Asia hard. Asia stocks were down after the speech, with almost all regional bourses in red. Japan's Nikkei led by 2.4%, while South Korea's Kospi stayed even more, 4.7%. Europe also opened with a fall of more than 1%, and US stock futures by a similar amount. A potential end to the month-long US-Israeli war with Iran had lifted global stocks and knocked the dollar off its recent highs in the past two sessions. That after a brutal March where soaring oil prices hurt risk asset. But investors were back to selling almost everything except the US dollar after Trump's Wednesday speech. The risk-off mood looks set to grow ahead of the long weekend, with many global markets shut on Friday. Investors are likely to cut exposure quickly. They may be worried that any prolonged disruption to shipping through the Strait of Hormuz would lead to a sharp blow to global growth. Trump said the US doesn't need the key oil gateway, and it will open naturally once the conflict is over.
Black billboards in Moscow are labeling young drone pilots as the new indispensables. Recruitment campaigns hoping to woo students across Russia to join drone units fighting in Ukraine. It comes as Russian forces continue to grind forward on the battlefield and as US peace talks on ice due to Iran war. Live financial incentives being offered in particular to those studying technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow's diversified push to replenish its army ranks, but it is not part of general mobilization drive. The Kremlin said this week was not on the agenda. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of Security Council, told ABD on Friday more than 400,000 people had signed up last year and over 80,000 so far this year. Drone operators are considered high-value targets. Recruiting students suggest Moscow is keen to put more skilled human resources into its drone forces. For both sides, these are playing an increasingly pivotal role in what has long become a grinding war of attrition. Many Russian universities are promising students significant financial incentives if they enlist. Some packages offer exemption from fees, free accommodation, and direct payments. There are unconfirmed media reports universities having recruitment quotas to meet. Reuters were unable to independently confirm that.
President Donald Trump on Friday proposed big privatizing airport security operations handled by the Transportation Security Administration in bid to cut costs. White House judge proposed a compensate for the federal agency $52 million and would require small airports to enroll in a program in which TSA pays for private screeners. It comes as Trump looks at 10% in one-time spending for the 2027 fiscal year, while proposing a massive $500 billion increase in the military budget as the U.S. continues its war against Iran. The request ultimately required approval by Congress. TSA has 50,000 federal employees who handle screening in nearly all U.S. airports. But documents released on Friday say airports currently using the privatization program have demonstrated savings compared to federal screening operations. Major U.S. airports suffered massive disruptions after TSA security officers went unpaid since mid-February amid a budget dispute in Congress. More than 500 TSA officers quit in recent weeks. Privatization could help remove TSA for congressional funding fights, but cuts to airport security agency come at a critical time for air travel, rising concerns about air safety. Trump's budget also included money to hire more air traffic controllers.
Black billboards in Moscow are labeling young drone pilots as the new indispensables. Recruitment campaigns hoping to woo students across Russia to join drone units fighting in Ukraine. It comes as Russian forces continue to grind forward on the battlefield and as US brokered peace talks are on ice due to Iran war. Large financial incentives are being offered in particular to those studying technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow is diversifying its push to replenish its army ranks, but is not part of general mobilization drive. The Kremlin said Swedes not on the agenda. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of Security Council, told ABD on Friday more than 400,000 people had signed up last year and over 80,000 so far this year. Drone operators are considered high-value targets. Recruiting students suggest Moscow is keen to put more skilled human resources into its drone forces. For both sides, these are playing an increasingly pivotal role in what has long become a grinding war of attrition. Many Russian universities are promising students significant financial incentives if they enlist. Some packages offer exemptions from fees, free accommodation, and direct payments. There are unconfirmed media reports universities having given recruitment quotas to meet. Reuters were unable to independently confirm that.
The country sought was to restart vital energy ships to the Strait of Hormuz as U.S. President Donald Trump and Iran created an escalating threat, drive oil price sharply higher, and deepen anxiety across global markets. In social media post on Thursday, Trump wanted Iran to make the deal before it is too late and share what he claimed to be the view of the U.S. truck on a newly constructed bridge linking Iran to the northwestern suburb of Karachi. This eyewitness footage shows smoke rising from the B1 highway bridge. Iranian state media said the unfinished bridge was hit on Thursday, killing 8 people and wounding dozens. Iran's foreign minister condemned the attack, said this right on civilian infrastructure would not force Iran to surrender.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
This each night before Trump repeated threat against Iran's civilian power plant and said U.S. forces would intensify operations over coming weeks, during vowed retaliation from Tehran. Nearly 5 weeks to the U.S. Israeli Iran conflict has spread instability across the region. Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz has disrupted the fifth world's global oil and liquefied natural gas trade. Britain's Foreign Minister Ed Cooper shared talks with around 40 countries on restoring freedom of navigation.
We've seen Iran hijack an international route to hold the global economy hostage.
But that say, no agreement has been reached. Iran, meanwhile, wants the strait could remain close long-term to the United States and Israel. The standoff sent oil price soaring. U.S. crude down more than 11% Thursday, while Brent surged near 8% as trade priced in alongside disruptions. One analyst will price could climb above $150 a barrel if shipping is not restored soon. Attention is now turning to the United Nations, where Security Council set to vote on a Bahrain-backed resolution to protect commercial shipping industry. Yet the wielding China has made clear its opposition to authorizing EU use of force.
These is set to show fragments of U.S. fighter jet shot down over Iran were released by Iranian state media on Friday. U.S. officials told Reuters that search and rescue efforts have so far rescued one of the 2 crew members who ejected from the F-15 fighter jet. It is the first known incident of its kind in nearly 5-week-old war. The Pentagon and U.S. Central Command did not respond to requests for comment. The prospect of U.S. pilots being alive and on the run inside Iran raises the stakes for the United States. An Iranian state news presenter announced a reward to citizens who capture and hand over enemy pilots alive to Iranian authorities. The presenter did not elaborate on the reward. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said it was combing an area near where the plane came down in southwestern Iran. The incident follows threats by U.S. President Donald Trump to bomb country back to quote stone aid, including to attack Iran's energy infrastructure and desalination plants as he pressed Iran to end the war on U.S. terms.
In the war free, as of the Communist-led human government out to sweeping Amsterdam on Friday, to coincide with the most intense campaign by Washington in decades. The U.S. was only monitoring whether it deemed to be political prisoners would be among those freed. It is on the major sticking point negotiations between Washington and Havana. Reuters with several who had been hardened to crimes ranging from theft to bribery, none had been involved in anti-government protests. And for this justice is settled by his exmissions rebuild my life and be joined society. All the 2,000 prisoners set to release this part of Cuba state and media is called a sovereign and humanitarian gesture, the largest amnesty in 10 years. The release of all of the majority of political prisoners would be seen as a major concession on Cuba's part, an ongoing talk between the two countries. Human rights groups financed by the US government secure holding hundreds of political prisoners with estimates varying and from a scrutiny of the prisoner release process. Cuba has repeatedly denied it to hold political prisoners. Authorities though jailed during anti-government protests are guilty of crimes, including public disorder, resisting arrest, robbery, and vandalism. The United States government on Sunday said it had rescued an airman caught behind enemy lines after Iran shot down his F-15 fighter jet. The downing of the plane had triggered a high-profile search by both Iran and the US. Then John not immediately responded to a request for comment. It resolves one crisis for President Donald Trump with the war on Iran in its 6th week. The conflict has killed thousands, sparked an energy crisis, and threatens lasting damage to the world economy. That's after Iran virtually shut vital strategic orders. Trump and Israel stepped up pressure on Saturday for Iran to open the strait with its attacks on energy facilities. The channel usually carries about a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas. The US president indicated his deadline for Tehran to reach a deal to end the war at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Monday. As the war has escalated, Trump has repeatedly mixed hints of diplomatic progress with threats to bomb the Islamic Republic. Adding to the pressure, senior Israeli defense officials said Israel was preparing to attack Iranian energy facility within the next week and was waiting approval from the United States. Iran had rained drones and missiles on Israel while targeting both countries allied to the US, with avoided directly joining the war for fear of further escalation. On this peace talks which Baghdad is seeing brokered between Washington and Tehran appear to remain slim, and polls show low US public support for the war.
Feds ordered halt construction on a new White House ballroom is drawing sharp pushback from Trump administration, which says the ruling puts presidential security at risk. In an emergency motion filed Friday with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, the administration argued that the policy of the executive mansion, quote, open exposed, warning of what it calls grave national security harms. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon earlier this week ordered construction to stop a lawsuit challenging the project moves forward. The lawsuit seeks to block the roughly $400 million ballroom planned for the site of recently demolished East Wing, arguing the project required congressional approval. Leon temporarily delayed enforcement of his order for 14 days to allow the Trump administration to appeal. In its filing, the administration says the court lacks constitutional authority to hear the case, as, quote, rests on a single pedestrian's subjective architectural feelings. The initial lawsuit was brought by National Trust for Historic Preservation, a non-profit that claims Trump exceeded his authority by raising his historic East Wing. The administration said the claims are legally baseless, arguing the president has complete authority to renovate the White House.
Sunday, the explosive of devastating power were found near Turk Street pipeline. The Click gas pipeline carries Russian natural gas to Hungary and beyond. Syrian President Alexei Vucic said there were 2 large packages of explosives with fuses. He added that the investigation is still ongoing, and that both Hungary and North Serbia would not have gas if the pipeline had been interrupted there. In a Facebook post, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban said he had called a special defense council meeting on Sunday. The incident comes a week before the elections April 12 in Hungary. National Orban fights to hold onto his more than 60-year grip on power, with his party trailing the opposition TISA party in polls. Orban had in February scaled absurdity around energy infrastructure in the country. He had upped the stakes in the election, saying that it was choice between war or peace. Budapest has also been in a dispute with Ukraine over a halt in oil supplies via the Druzhba pipeline. Orban's Fidesz party has sought to associate opposition leader Peter Metto with Brussels in Ukraine, suggesting that voting for his key party means voting for tax and war.
President Donald Trump set a new deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or face tax on energy plants and bridges, saying Iran has until Tuesday evening. He told the Wall Street Journal in a Sunday interview. Trump later posted on social media with no other details, quote, Tuesday, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Representatives for the White House did not be immediately reached for comment on the post. Earlier on Sunday, Trump announced that U.S. Special Forces rescued an airman in a high-risk mission deep inside Iran. The airman was wounded, but Trump said he will, quote, be just fine. The president also posted a message full of expletives, threatening Iran to open straight, quote, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell, just watch. However, in the kind of mixed messaging Trump has used since the war began, he told Fox News on Sunday that Iran was negotiating with a deal possible by Monday, adding to pressure Washington's ally in the war. Israel was preparing to attack Iranian energy facilities next week and was awaiting U.S. approval, according to senior Israeli defense official. Video posted on Saturday showed heavy smoke that was likely the aftermath of an Israeli strike on an Iranian petrochemical plant, though Reuters could not independently identify when it was filmed. Meanwhile, Iran noted it could still launch cross-border attack and struck infrastructure in the Gulf. In Israel's northern city of Haifa, search and rescue teams were combing through debris after an Iranian missile hit a residential building. Israeli paramedics said 9 people were being treated for shrapnel and blast injuries. Tehran is admitting an end to hostilities, and its parliamentary speaker condemned Trump's threat Sunday, saying he was being misled by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Landed on the moon in 1972 in the lunar module he named Orion. I'm glad to see that Canada land helping return humans to the moon.
Part 2 is MET 3 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we have just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon.
Just seeing how it goes, and also north, you can see Copernicus, Lear Gamma, and Freeman, and absolutely unbelievable. It is incredible.
Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for building on our Apollo legacy with Artemis. Godspeed and safe travels home.
Houston, Katie, good morning, and happy Easter to everyone. We want to kick off Easter Sunday by honoring our roommate, our friend, and our Jerry. This quote, just with our plain eyes, you can really start to see photography. There is elevation on the just very shiny boat, and it makes it look wildly different.
People look forward to tomorrow. As fuel prices rise due to war in Iran, Chinese relative to electricity is paying dividend. At this fleet depot in Hebei province, truck drivers say switching to EVs is helped to shift tax.
Also brings up all expensive price rise right away, but electric price more or less the same, even if it changes it's only a small amount.
It's a sentiment shared by this taxi driver in the city. She says EVs did make sense upfront, but cheap buying is more economic over time. China hasn't been immune to war shocks. The oil prices surging after Iran moved close to the Strait of Hormuz shipping route. Beijing still relies heavily on imported crude. The road transport, one of the main sources of demand, but total EV is now about the size of the rest of the world combined. And economist Intelligence Unit analyst Chip Lee sees the trend of electric vehicle adoption will dip the country's reliance on oil.
So auto sector account for about 4% transport consumption. And over the last decade, what we have seen is that gradually EVs actually start to account for about more than half of passenger vehicle sales. What that means is that all consumption in China, road transport is actually going to be, not leading the growth anymore.
Lee said China was now one of the world's most resilient economies in the face of oil shocks. Besides the boost from EVs, its health effects including a pipeline network, reduces dependence on seaborne supplies of energy.
He appears to be quite pulling back from long-time partner Iran, while keeping his options open with the United States. That's according to South Korean lawmakers on Monday, for they were briefed by the country's intelligence agency. Seoul's National Intelligence Service, or NIS, said Pyongyang hasn't sent weapons or supplies to Iran since the war began in February, and has stayed notably silent after Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in airstrikes. North Korea also did not congratulate Khamenei's son after he was named Iran's new leader. China and Russia have spoken out repeatedly on the conflict. Pyongyang's issued a two-tone-down statement so far, as avoided the criticism of U.S. President Donald Trump. The NIS believed that restraint is deliberate, aimed at during diplomatic space ahead of the summit between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Trump in May. At the same time, South Korean intelligence says the war added to pressure on North Korea's economy, forcing Pyongyang to look on the run for support. Park Eun-won is a member of South Korean Intelligence Committee.
North Korea is also facing significant economic difficulties due to war in the Middle East. They are experiencing setbacks in securing industrial supplies, rising prices, and foreign exchange rates. Amid these circumstances, they are making moves to secure additional oil from Russia.
Intelligence officials say Kim Jong-un's recent comments about getting along with the U.S. point to a calculated move, positioning North Korea for talk with Washington while the Middle East conflict calms down.
Effect closure of Strait of Hormuz created both winners and losers across the Gulf. Reuters analysis shows Iran, Oman, and Saudi Arabia are benefiting from certain prices and alternative export routes, while Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar are losing billions as their shipments are boat. If it comes down to geography and infrastructure, Iran controls the choke point. Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Oman can bypass it via pipelines and ports. Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar oil and gas cannot. Benchmark crude up about 60 cents in March. That was as the war entered its second month. For Saudi Arabia, higher prices mean increased royalties and taxes from state oil buyer Aramco. It's overwhelmingly owned by the government and sovereign wealth fund. Aramco come to comment when asked about Reuters calculations. Representative for the other countries or their oil companies did not immediately respond to requests to comment. The kingdom's biggest pipeline is the 746-mile east-west link. It connects eastern oil fields to the Red Sea port of Yanbu. But experts warn the advantage is vulnerable to further strikes by Iran or Yemen's Houthis. Iraq and Kuwait were hit hardest, with estimated monthly revenues down by about 3/4 versus a year earlier. Qatar's liquefied natural gas is also trapped, helping push global gas markets higher. Buyers using bypass routes face soaring freight rate and war premiums, high costs on crude. For the long term, however, the impact is unclear. Some oil companies and politicians in the West have lobbied for increased investment in fossil fuels to try to protect against supply shocks, but some analysts say renewable energy provides the best protection.
The intent can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
U.S. President Donald Trump issued fresh threat to Iran from the White House on Monday, warning Tehran it must make a deal by Tuesday night or face wire bombing raids on power plants and bridges. Earlier, he vowed to enforce the Tuesday night deadline for Iran to agree to a ceasefire deal. He said Iran had made a proposal to end the conflict that fell short of U.S. demands. Iran said on Monday that it wanted a lasting end to war with the U.S. and Israel and pushed back against pressure to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. At a White House press briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Monday would see the largest wave of U.S. strikes of the war so far, and Tuesday would be more severe.
Per the President's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes in day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around.
Critics have said Trump would be committing war crimes with the U.S. attack civilian power plants, a point that Trump dismissed on Monday, saying the real crime would be Iran obtaining nuclear weapons.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding the pilot.
Trump also detailed the weekend rescue mission to recover a downed American airman missing inside Iran.
Scaled faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe said his agency used misdirection to convince the Iranians the airman was somewhere else.
CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and brightest was alive and sealed in a mountain crest, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA.
Trump also said he would demand that the reporter who first leaked that the airmen in Iran had been rescued reveal their source and threaten them with jail if they refused.
U.S. ended higher on Monday, with the Nasdaq leading Wall Street's main indexes with a more than 0.5% gain.
The entire country can be taken out in one night.
President Donald Trump has threatened to escalate war if Iran fails to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But investors drew some reassurance from a report that indicated the U.S., Iran, and a group of regional mediators continued to discuss terms of a potential ceasefire deal. That helped stocks head higher, The S&P 500 and Nasdaq gaining for the fourth consecutive session, their longest winning streaks since January. Jeff Schulze, head of economic and market strategy for Cleared Investments, said while volatility will likely continue, so too should stocks' recent upward momentum.
Investors are using the playbook of buying geopolitical debt. When you go back to 1950, there's been over 20 military conflicts, and if you thought that that conflict began, the S&P 500 has been positive 3% over the next 3 months, and positive almost 6% over the next 6 months. And the S&P 500 down almost 5% over the last month. We think that this is probably a good buying opportunity for investors given the resilience of the U.S. economy.
Stocks on movement included the Lino Therapeutics, which jumped more than 32% after Neurocrine Biosciences grew to acquire the rare disease drug maker for $2.9 billion in cash. Rising Bitcoin prices boosted crypto-lit firms, with U.S.-listed shares of Coinbase gaining about 2% and Strategy climbing 6.5%. And shares of memory chip maker Seagate Technology gained 5.5% after Morgan Stanley added to its top pick list.
Ukraine's manufacturer 5 points behind the Migo cruise missile is in talks with European companies to launch a new G-Net defense system by the end of 2027. Years of know-how gained on the battlefield fighting Russian forces have made Ukraine a leading innovator in low-cost defense tech. Governments look at ways to defend their size, whether above Ukraine against Russian Iskander missiles or due to repercussions from the US-Israeli war with Iran. Ukraine and many other Western allied nations rely heavily on the US-made Patriot system to stop ballistic missiles, but increasingly in short supply amid excessive deployment in the Gulf. And the Patriot system may require 2 or 3 air defense missiles to bring down a ballistic projectile, says 5 Points co-founder and designer Dennis Timmerman.
We must decrease the price for the set of the ballistic missile, because right now it's like respect to budget to intercept the Iskander, it's pretty big money. If we can increase intercept less than $1 million, it will be great. It will be like game-changing air defense solution.
Fabian Hoffman, missile expert at Norwegian Defence University College, said Ukraine's timeline for their defence system is ambitious, but he sees strong demand from government even if it's less effective than the Patriots. 5 Points founded after Moscow's 2022 invasion and is Ukraine's biggest killer of long-range drones used in the majority of strikes inside Russia. Its FP5 long-range cruise missile currently knows the Migo has been used to hit Russian military facilities and armed factories, clearing a ballistic missile plant nearly 870 miles inside Russia. Tillerman says also the final stage of developing 2 supersonic ballistic missiles, one of which would want to beat Moscow. Russia's defense ministry didn't respond to a request for comment. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky visited several Gulf countries in late March and said its own interpreters and military expertise are delivering results for nations there defending against Iranian attacks. 5 Points is also making hundreds of long-range drones a day, about $57,750 a piece to produce. It is awaiting approval to begin exports to several Gulf states to express interest, separately for potential investment by UAE firm to pursue new business opportunities.
We have a habit of integrity here as we surpass the first distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth.
This moment for astronauts on NASA's Artemis 2 mission became the furthest flying humans in history.
But we, most importantly, choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record isn't long-lived.
NASA astronauts Christina Koch, Reed Waterman, Victor Lover, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen passed the record previously set by the Apollo 13 crew as they made their way toward the shadowed first side of the moon. Its climax point in the Artemis 2 mission, the first group test flight of NASA's Artemis program.
A number of years ago, we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one.
The crew used this moment to pay tribute to Reed Waterman's late wife Carol.
A bright spot on Earth. And we'd like to call it care, and you saw that C-A-R-R-O-L-F.
The multi-billion-dollar series mission seeks to return astronauts to the moon's surface by 2028 before China also aims to establish a long-term U.S. presence there for the next decade, building a moon base that would serve as a proving ground for potential future missions to Mars.
We are following the moon rather than rising away from Earth.
Earlier, Cook relayed how the astronauts realized they'd entered the moon's gravitational sphere of influence.
We have the Earth out, the crescent out, the side hatch, and the moon out window 3, and definitely by far, moon is bigger than Earth.
Hello, Artemis 2. This is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood.
They also received a message from astronaut Jim Lovell, who was part of Apollo 8 and 13 missions. The message was recorded a few months before his death in August 2025.
It's a historic day, and I hope it's really to enjoy the view.
During 6-hour flyby, astronauts will use professional cameras to take detailed photos through Orion window of the silhouette moon. It's a rare and scientifically valuable vantage point of sunlight filtering around its edges in what will effectively be a lunar eclipse.
South Korea's spy agency now believes North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's teenage daughter has been positioned as his successor. That's according to lawmakers on Monday after a closed-door parliamentary meeting. People Power Party lawmaker Lee Sung-yoon cites a recent public display of Kim's daughter drive a tank, adding that imagery is intended to highlight her supposed military aptitude and soldiers over a female heir. Kim's daughter is believed to be around 13 and to be named through I. The National Intelligence Service told lawmakers its assessment was based on what it described as credible intelligence collected by the agency. Earlier images also showed True Eye firing a rifle at a shooting range. Lawmakers said such scenes intend to pay homage to his own public military appearances. He was prepared to see his own father during the early 2010s. The latest assessment of True Eye is progression from earlier analysis by the spy agency, which said she was likely to be groomed to succeed her father. Some North Korean experts, however, urged caution in interpreting images as definitive succession signals.
Australia's most decorated living soldier Ben Robert Smith was arrested Tuesday over the killing of unarmed civilians while deployed in Afghanistan. Australian Federal Police Commissioner Chrissy Barrett confirmed the arrest.
Good afternoon. A former Australian Defence Force member has today been arrested and will be charged with 5 counts of war crime murder after a joint investigation between the Office of the Special Investigator and the AFP.
Police said the 47-year-old former ADF member was arrested at Sydney Airport and would appear at a New South Wales court later the same day.
It will be alleged the man was a member of the ADF when he was involved in the death of Afghan nationals between 2009 and 2012 in circumstances that constitute war crimes under the Commonwealth Criminal Code.
Barrett said the victims were unarmed and under Australian military control.
It will be alleged the victims were detained, unarmed, and were under control of ADF members when they were killed. It will be alleged the victims were shot by the accused or shot by subordinate members of the ADF in the presence of and acting on the orders of the accused.
Robert Smith was once hailed as a national hero and awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions during 6 tours of Afghanistan. He has consistently denied wrongdoing. Allegations first reported in 2018 led to Australia's most extensive defamation trial, which he lost. Charges follow years-long investigations into alleged war crimes by Australian special forces in Afghanistan. Please stress the charges do not reflect the broader Australian military.
The alleged conduct related to these charges is confined to a very small section of our trusted and respected ADF, which helps keep this country safe.
Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche said on Tuesday that President Donald Trump should be allowed to seek better probe of individuals, including those who have previously instigated him.
We have thousands of ongoing investigations of prosecutions going on in this country right now. And it is true that some that involve men, women, and entities that the president in the past has issues with, and they'll leave to be investigated. That is his right, and indeed it's his duty to do that. Meaning lead this country.
Blanche's comments are his first popular mark since being named as acting Attorney General. He faces pressure by Trump to deliver prosecution of president's perceived enemies. At a press conference last, bristled the notion that the Justice Department has been improperly targeting Trump's opponents.
People say the president wants to offer his little enemies. No, the president has said time and time again he wants justice.
Trump fired former Attorney General Pam Bondi in part over dissatisfaction with the pace and outcome of the case Trump has mandated. Blanche was asked whether he wants to be nominated the vacant post.
If he chooses to nominate somebody else, I'm back being a dag. That's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and ask him to go do something else, I'll say thank you very much. I'll be sure. So I don't have any bolder aspirations beyond that.
The Justice Department under Trump has opened a slew of investigations into Trump's adversaries, but the DOJ has encountered obstacles from judges and grand juries in many of the investigations.
Nigeria's Dangote refinery says it increased exports of gasoline and urea to African countries by supply disruptions caused by the Iran war. Africa's largest refinery has been operating at its maximum capacity of 650,000 barrels a day. Owner Leo Dangote, Africa's richest man, said the facility had shipped around 17 cargoes of gasoline to other African nations to cushion the impact of the crisis.
The challenges are many. One is of urea, which is for leather that we have. I think in the last couple of days we'll be loading to mostly African countries, which we were not doing before. And then now is to do with also petroleum products, which are now sent mainly to African countries.
Exports of urea fertilizer have also risen as buyers seek alternative sources for the product, much of which normally comes from the Middle East. Officials say the refinery can produce up to 3 million metric tons of urea annually, most of which is typically exported to the United States and South America. But despite refinery running maximum output, industry figures show fuel prices in oil-producing Nigeria have reached record highs. United Nations Deputy Secretary General Amin Mohammed, on a visit to the facility, outlined the U.S. role in alleviating challenges in the region.
The UN's job here is to try and put visibility on the possibilities of mitigating a food security crisis, and this is one of them. I hope that when we go back, that we continue to look hard as a good partner, the countries a good partner with the Dangote industries.
Dangote said the refinery also hopes to secure more crude cargoes priced in local currency to help curb fuel costs.
Wall Street indexes ended mixed, with Dow down almost 0.2%, and the S&P 500 and Nasdaq moving marginally higher. Stocks paired deeper losses in the last hour of trading, with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq heading into positive territory minutes before the closing bell. The reversal came after Pakistan's Prime Minister said on X that diplomatic efforts for a peaceful settlement to the war in the Middle East were progressing steadily. He urged President Donald Trump to extend his Tuesday deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks, and requested that Iran open the Strait for the same time frame as a gesture of goodwill. But Matt Stuckey, chief portfolio manager equities in the Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management Company, said the near-term off-ramp could still leave markets in murky waters.
Unfortunately, with this conflict in the Middle East, the fear of the engagement has become more widespread. And if we were to see potentially the U.S. back away from involvement, there's still the lingering concern that markets are likely to have that practice war moves will likely to be in advantage capacity or in a more extensive profile for seeing transit through that strait. So in this year, desolation rate exit versus we saw at this point last year with Liberation Day.
Among the session stock moves, United Health dumped nearly 9.5% after the U.S. government announced on Monday it would raise payments to private insurers offer Medicare Advantage plans to older adults, an increase from a flat change proposed earlier. Pure Humana rose out 10%, and CVS Health gained more than 6.5%. Shares of Apple dropped more than 2% after a report that tech giant's long-awaited foldable phone is encountering engineering setbacks. And Broadcom plumped about 6% after signing a long-term deal with Alphabet to develop its AI chips and other components.
And Russia on Tuesday vetoed a UN Security Council resolution that urged countries to coordinate efforts to protect commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, calling it biased against Iran. That would have U.S. President Donald Trump agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire hours before the deadline for Iran to reopen the strait, or face everything it asks. The truce conditioned on the Strait of Hormuz reopening. 11 council members had backed the Bahrain-sponsored measure, but Beijing and Moscow lost it, and 2 countries abstained. U.S. Ambassador to the UN Mike Waltz condemned vetoes, accusing Iran of holding global economy hostage, calling on responsible nations to join Washington in securing the passage.
Today's veto marks a low and shows how frightening a safer, more secure, more united Middle East can be.
While Beijing and Moscow said Council should push for deescalation diplomacy, China and Russia used their vetoes even though Bahrain had significantly weakened its draft, for China owes all riding force. versions meant to evoke the authorization of the use of force and remove an explicit reference binding enforcement that had appeared in the earlier draft. It run bulk of the videos, with Iran's UN Ambassador Amir Saeed Irvani saying it prevented the Security Council from being misused for legitimate aggression.
We fit can be well for at least 10 minutes in this reconstituted on Tuesday, according to West's and the authorities. Footage reference water shows what the attacks in a dark carving carrying a backpack moving on parts of an automatic with and a handgun. It happened near a security check water glass houses in the heart of Turkey's main financial district. The Drake to occupies the floor of the towers. No Israeli staff were response at the time of the attack. Turkish Indirect authority said. Israeli foreign ministry says they appreciate Turkish security forces' swift action. The authority did not immediately say what motivated the attackers. Turkey's president Erdogan condemned the attack a heinous act of terrorism and praised the security forces who stopped it.
Would allow climate trust in Turkey be damaged by such vital timed provocations as ties.
The country's interior minister said threats could hang to an organization that quote explicates religion at the Durham arises so downfall team from the city of Izmit. Israeli diplomat have that consulate isn't short after Hamas Israel war began in April 2023. That conflict prompted broad pro-Palestinian protests outside consulate across the country and the Turkish-Israeli diplomatic ties. Since then, heavily on police have remained in a broad area surrounding the conflict.
Relaunched the heaviest strike on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon's civil defense service said over 250 people were killed, most of them in Beirut, as it said some of the strike came without the usual warnings to civilians to evacuate. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said good terrorism attacks on Iran.
We have more goals to complete, and will achieve either by an agreement or renewing the fighting. We are prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
The escalation came as 2 weeks ceasefire between the United States and Iran took effect. U.S. President Donald Trump announced the move on Tuesday. Talks expected to begin this Saturday. However, Iran says Israel has already violated ceasefire and intensified strikes in Lebanon. It said under those conditions, negotiations with Washington were unreasonable. Israel and Washington both say the ceasefire deal never covered Lebanon. U.S. Vice President Vance, who led the U.S. delegation to the talks, said Tehran appeared to misunderstand the terms.
I already saw that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and just didn't. We never made that promise. We never did that was going to be the case.
But overdid showed up on global markets Thursday, with oil prices climbing again. The Strait of Hormuz they shut vessels without permit, and ships say they won't have clarity for move their boats. Both the United States and Iran had declared victory after 5 weeks of war, but their core disputes remain unresolved, raising doubts over whether any deal can hold. Relaunched the heaviest strike on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon's civil defense service said over 250 people were killed, most of them in Beirut, as it said some of the strikes came without the usual warnings to civilians to evacuate. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said good terrorism attacks on Iran.
We have more goals to complete, and will achieve either by an agreement or by renewing the fighting. We are prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
The escalation came as 2 weeks ceasefire between the United States and Iran took effect. U.S. President Donald Trump announced the move on Tuesday. Talks expected to begin this Saturday. However, Iran says Israel has already violated ceasefire and intensified strikes in Lebanon. It said under those conditions, negotiations with Washington were unreasonable. Israel and Washington both say the ceasefire deal never covered Lebanon. U.S. Vice President Vance, who led the U.S. delegation to the talks, said Tehran appeared to misunderstand the terms.
I already saw that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and just didn't. We never made that promise. We never did that was going to be the case.
Doubts over the showed up on global markets Thursday, with oil prices climbing again. The Strait of Hormuz they shut vessels without permit, and ships say they won't have clarity for move their boats. Both the United States and Iran had declared victory after 5 weeks of war, but their core disputes remain unresolved, raising doubts over whether any deal can hold. A cheap interceptor developed by Japanese firm Terran Ukraine partners could be used to waive Iranian tax. Since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, Tehran launched large numbers of low-cost Shahed drones. U.S. forces and regional allies have largely relied on expensive missiles to stop them, rapidly deplete their air defense stockpiles. Terror drone chief executive Total says the conflict has highlighted the limits of missile-based air defense.
So for this current war in the Middle East, Shahed drones are flying one to another from Iran toward Israel. From Tel Aviv to Tehran is about 994 miles, right? So those hits are flying around 1,200 miles. Finally, people in Japan and overseas as well have come to understand just how extremely important these interceptor drones are, especially since missiles are running out in the Middle East.
Terror drones says A1 drones cost about $2,500 each. By contrast, each Patriot interceptor missile costs about $4 million, making them an expensive way to shoot Shahed, pricing below $10,000.
Shooting a Saddam with missiles would just be fun, but shooting a Shahed that costs around $3,000 with a missile that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. That kind of economic irrationality just isn't feasible anymore, and people are starting to realize that, so demand is extremely high. But among them, with conflict in the Middle East happening now, and many areas near Russia, like Poland and Europe, those areas are seeing particularly strong attention, rather strong interest in this technology.
Terror drone began offering military sales last month through a partnership with Korean startup Amazing Drones. The Terror A1 has not yet been out-tested and is expected to be delivered to Ukraine's military for trials. Russia's foreign ministry said Wednesday they had some giant ambassador in protest over Terror drone's investment in Ukrainian interceptor drone technology. Moscow said relations with Opa have reduced to zero over what it calls Japan's unfriendly stance.
Fuss in Chiang Mai been rings of their trucks and using brushes, amusing handful of people watching. But just a month ago, these items were performed to hundreds of visitors. Metang Elephant Park owner Bob Tyler says his business is a victim of tumbling crowd demand caused by conflict in the Middle East.
During this crisis, before that, we used to get customers for around 150 to 200 customers each day. Today, during the crisis, we had like 3 customers like purchase. So the number dropped drastically to almost none.
Across the grounds, perhaps or traditional elephant handlers wait quietly atop their elephants. Now, only a few of the pachyderms make multiple trips a day, where before each animal carry visitors into forest up to 6 times a day. Schuyler said more than 200 staff have agreed to take 10 unpaid days off each month to cut costs, allowing the park to prioritize feeding 68 elephants 4 meals a day. Such struggles range unique as hotels, restaurants, and tour operators across the city have also been hit. That's according to the president of Chiang Mai Tourism Association, who also said worse has yet to come.
I think the effects will hit hardest for me. You would see workers in the tourism industry being reduced in numbers. Or in the future, some businesses might have to close down because if we not stay in this crisis, don't know how much the tourism sector will recover. Will it go back to its original state?
For now, gates remain open at the elephant park. What next year will return, however, seems very uncertain.
Hi, I'm Brad Hoop, Commander of Central Command. Less than 6 weeks ago, more than 50,000 American sons and daughters in uniform launched Operation Epic Fury in an arc mission of profound consequence. We set out to dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to protect power beyond its own borders, and we clearly accomplished this task. Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military capability, built over 4 years that cost billions of dollars, has been eliminated. As the President expressed earlier this week, our core strategic military objectives have been achieved after destroying Iran's missile, drone, and naval capabilities and their defensive industry base. After successfully conducting more than 13,000 strikes on Iranian military targets and flying thousands upon thousands of combat flights, U.S. forces have paused defensive operations in accordance with ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present, we remain vigilant, and we remain ready if all. We also continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our regional partners in maintaining the most sophisticated and largest active air defense umbrella in the world. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent letters to the force expressing my expectations, and our extraordinary warfighters exceeded each and every one of them. So to all our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, brigades, and Coast Guardsmen operating forward, you represent the strongest, most lethal military the world has ever known. In less than 4 days, you destroyed the military that Iran built for over 40 years. Your courage, grit, and ingenuity have served America extremely well. Finally, I want to close by remembering and honoring our 13 fallen warriors who made the ultimate sacrifice during Operation Epic Fury. We continue to hold their memories, their families, their friends, and their teammates in our prayers. Their self-service and dedication will always be remembered as future generations follow their example and carry forward their legacy. Our men and women in uniform represent the best of America. I just could not be prouder and more humbled to serve with them, and I know the American people share that same pride. So to our warriors, stay sharp, remain resolved, and continue to take care of one another. Thanks so much, and Godspeed.
Tight security patrolled Islamabad on Saturday, as U.S. and Iranian negotiators held their highest level talks in half a century to try to end their 6-week war. As negotiations took place, President Donald Trump says the military was clearing the Hormuz, and 2 U.S. warships had passed through the waterway, and conditions were being set to clear Iranians. Iran states he denied any U.S. ships had crossed the strait, a crucial transit point for global energy supplies that Tehran is effectively blocked, but Trump is about to reopen. Iran's semi officials has named news agency reported on Saturday that the waterway remains a serious disagreement in the talks. Trump's Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and son-in-law Jared Kushner flew to Islamabad on Saturday, while the Iranian delegation arrived dressed in black, in mourning for Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and others killed in the past 6 weeks. Amid conflicting versions from officials and media in both nations, U.S. and Iranian sides appear to remain far apart. Iran's demands include control of the Strait of Hormuz, payment of war reparations, and ceasefire across the region, including Lebanon, according to Iranian state TV officials.
We just left the strait and I'd like to make our money.
Trump's stated goals vary during the campaign, but at a minimum he wants free passage for low shipping through the strait, and crippling Iran's nuclear enrichment program. Meanwhile, U.S. ally Israel, which joined the February 28th attacks on Iran that launched war, has also bombing Tehran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon, killing nearly 2,000 people. Israel and U.S. said Lebanon did not have the Iran-U.S. ceasefire.
Women of the Said family cried out anguish Sunday as they grieved members of their family killed in Israeli airstrikes. Among the bodies wrapped in green cloth, one is smaller than the rest. Elise Said was not yet 2 years old when her strike killed her last Wednesday as Israel launched one of its deadliest attacks on Lebanon. The bombardment came after news of a ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, which Lebanon had expected to include them. Tilden's grandfather Nasser Hussein Said said news of the ceasefire led their tragedy.
They said was a ceasefire. Like all these people, we went up to the village. We went to the graveyard to read the prayers from martyrs and walk home. We read the prayer and went home. We were cleaning up glass. We were cleaning up, and suddenly we felt like a storm landing right on us. I have 4 months at home.
7-year-old Lean Teen's older sister is battling her wounds at a hospital. She suffered a head injury and severe burns from a blast at her home in South Lebanon. The head emergency operations at the hospital in Tyre said last week Thornton was one of the hospital's worst days in recent years, with many of the patient's children. Since the latest war in Lebanon began on March 2nd, Israeli operations have killed more than 2,000 people, including 165 children and nearly 250 women. In the midst of grief and loss, grandfathers Aid questioned the justice of their situation.
What humanity are they talking about? This humanity? This inhumanity? This war crime? Where are the human rights? A child is wounded in Israel. The whole jumps up. Are we not people? Are we not humans? We're like them.
Although Kiev accused the other on Sunday of breaking the 32-hour ceasefire marked Orthodox Easter, both reported over 1,000 drone and jelly attacks just hours after Saturday's truce began, 4 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said it recorded 1,171 ceasefire violations overnight in Sunday. Moscow said a child was among those injured in a Ukrainian drone attack, and the Belgorod region's governor reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded on Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters could not independently verify reports of military activity. At a military Easter service, a Ukrainian soldier said Russian reconnaissance drones were still circling the area despite the ceasefire. We want to evacuate our fallen comrades today, but the Russians are not letting us do so just yet, soldier said. The Kremlin said Sunday that the truce was a quote humanitarian gesture from Russian President Vladimir Putin during the Orthodox holiday, but that Russian troops will resume fighting as soon as it ends. Putin announced a temporary ceasefire on April 9th, and it is set to end midnight Sunday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, whose previous ceasefire proposals were turned down by Moscow, agreed to the truce. Although Kiev accused the other on Sunday of breaking their 32-hour ceasefire marked Orthodox Easter, both reported over 1,000 drone and jelly attacks just hours after Saturday's truce began, 4 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said it recorded 1,971 ceasefire violations overnight in Sunday. Moscow said a child was among those injured in a Ukrainian drone attack, and the Belgorod region's governor reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded on Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters not independently verify reports of military activity. At a military Easter service, a Ukrainian soldier said Russian reconnaissance drones were still circling the area despite the ceasefire. We want to evacuate our fallen comrades today, but the Russians are not letting us do so just yet, soldier said. The Kremlin said Sunday that the truce was a humanitarian gesture from Russian President Vladimir Putin during the Orthodox holiday, but that Russian troops will resume fighting as soon as it ends. Putin announced a temporary ceasefire on April 9th, and it is set to end midnight Sunday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, whose previous ceasefire proposals turned down by Moscow, agreed to the truce.
A lot has been said about it.
U.S. Representative Eric Swalwell posted video on X on Friday denying accusations of sexual assault by a former congressional staffer.
They're absolutely false. It did not happen. They have never happened.
California Democrat and a leading candidate for governor of the state vowed to fight the allegations while apologizing to his wife for unspecified, quote, mistakes in judgment in his past. The San Francisco Chronicle reported on Friday that a woman who previously worked in Swalwell's district office accused him of 2 non-consensual sexual encounters, one while she was employed by him in 2019 and another in 2024 after she left his staff. The report stated that the unidentified woman was quoted saying she had been too intoxicated on both occasions to consent. The former staffer later told CNN that Swalwell had raped her during the later encounter, which Swalwell strongly denied.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false.
Several leading Democratic politicians urged Swalwell to end his campaign for governor. Democrat House Leader Hakeem Jeffries called for an investigation.
President Donald Trump ordered the U.S. military to blockade the Strait of Hormuz after Marathon talks with Iran wrap up on Sunday. No deal to end the war. A social media post Trump said he also told Navy to, quote, seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid toll to Iran. Came after U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance announced the failed result at Pakistan's capital. The talks were held.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. Bad news is that we have not reached an agreement.
Both sides blamed further the failed negotiations. Vance said Iran chose not to accept American terms, including nuclear arms.
The simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that will, we will.
The talks in Islamabad came after a ceasefire was agreed earlier in the week. They were the first direct U.S.-Iranian meeting in over a decade and the highest level since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Esmail Baqi said the two sides reached an understanding on some issues but reigned far apart on a few key matters. However, he told Iranian media diplomacy would continue. He described an atmosphere of mistrust and said it was natural that an agreement could not be reached in a single session. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishtar urged the two sides to uphold the two-week truce. He said his country would continue to facilitate engagement to try and end the fighting that had killed thousands and sent global oil prices soaring since it began over 6 weeks ago. During the talks that started on Saturday, 3 supertankers carrying oil along with some commercial vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping data showed they appeared to be the first oil tankers to exit the Gulf since the ceasefire deal. Hundreds of vessels are still stuck there.
Ethiopia is embarking on a 10-day trip of Algeria, Cameroon, Angola, and Equatorial Guinea from April 13 to 23. Cardinal Michael Ernie, senior official and close advisor Leo, told Reuters he made a visit with a mission to help turn the world's attention to Africa. Leo has made only one big visit trip since being elected last May, visiting Turkey and Benin in November and December. He will visit Monaco in March. Vatican officials and African church leaders say the upcoming war is a personal priority. Africa has more than 20% of the world's Catholics according to Vatican statistics. It is a region where Catholicism is growing fastest, which has some of the value the church placed on the continent. Lowe succeeded late Pope Francis 70, but too young for a pope and in good health. A trip of nearly 1,185 miles will include 25 speeches and official meetings with political leaders and local Catholics. Plans include to encourage Catholics to dialogue in Algeria and to visit a great mosque in Algiers. In Cameroon, Leo will hold a meeting for peace in a place where fighting between the government and separatist movements killed thousands of people since 2017. 3 of the countries Leo is visiting have populations where more than half of the people identify as Catholic.
Hungary's veteran nationalist leader Viktor Orban conceded defeat on Sunday after a landslide election victory by the opposition Peace Party. The result is for Orban's ally in Russia and U.S. President Donald Trump's White House. Challenger Peter Magyar's centre-right party grabbed a 2/3 majority in parliament, enabling deep institutional reform and allowing a new government to restructure key institutions. The result marks the end to Orban's 16 years in power and has significant implications not only for Hungary, but for the European Union, Ukraine, and beyond. After hour before polls were due to close, the election showed 78% of voters cast ballots, from nearly 68% 4 years earlier. Orban, a Euro-skeptic, carved out a model of a liberal democracy, seen as the blueprint by Trump's Make America Great Again movement, and its admirers in Europe. Many Hungarians have grown increasingly weary of the 62-year-old, after 3 years of economic stagnation and soaring living costs, as well as reports of oligarchs close to the government amassing more wealth. Peace leader Magyar successfully tapped into this frustration and win. Orban's exit deprives Russian President Vladimir Putin of his main ally in the EU, and sent shock through Western right-wing circles, including White House.
Voting for Benin's presidential election began Sunday afternoon. Official results are expected Tuesday, with Finance Senator Ronald Wadani expected to host a victory, who was sourced the West African nation's President Salon, who was 2016 but is able to seek third term under the Constitution. The polls were held 4 months after the government narrowly revived the coup attempt. Wadani, who served as finance minister for a decade, is promising to expand access to clean water and guarantee emergency health care, but also face pressure to address the country's security problems. Benin has been hard hit among coastal West African states like had its roots. The main opposition party, Democrats, failed to get off lawmakers to sponsor a candidate of its own. They also blocked back the only other candidate on the ballot, Paul Hope of Cowrie Forces for emerging in it, a former ruling party that now has a following. More than 7.9 million people were registered to vote, including 62,000 Benin nationals living abroad.
Is put on hold a deal to seize sovereignty of the Chagos Islands after it was criticized by U.S. President Donald Trump. The Indian Ocean island chain is home to the strategic U.S. British Diego Garcia Air Base. Washington had created back the agreement made last year. It would see Britain's lead to the island's Mauritius, but retain control of the military base on a 9-year lease. U.S. port is needed for deal to go ahead. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's office on Saturday, London would try to persuade Washington to give its formal approval. Trump said in February that the deal was a big mistake, despite having said it was the best that Starmer would get. Ties between the US and UK have a constraint, but Trump's ambitions to acquire Greenland. And Starmer's reluctance to get Britain involved. The US is really war on Iran.
Not happy with the UK.
A British government spokesperson said ensuring long-term operational security of Diego Garcia remains a priority, and that it still believes the agreement is the best way forward. Britain forcibly displaced up to 2,000 indigenous Fergusons in the late 1960s and 1970s to establish the base. Recent operations launched from Diego Garcia include bomb strikes in 2 targets Yemen in 2024 and 25 humanitarian aid deployments to Gaza. The campaign group Indigenous Chagosian People has raised questions about what they said were enormous sums of money wasted in a collapsed negotiation. They also doubted the legality of the plan, which they say denies the Chagosians their right to self-determination.
Critical.
OpenAI Sam Altman is seeking the dismissal of punitive damages claims in his sister's civil lawsuit. Annie Altman accused him of repeated sexual abuse more than 2 decades ago, an accusation he denies. In a filing made on Wednesday in St. Louis federal court, the OpenAI co-founder and chief executive argued that Missouri's child sexual abuse statute does not authorize punitive damages for sister's claims and instead limits her quote damages for injury or illness caused by childhood sexual abuse. He said punitive damages are also unavailable for conduct he allegedly committed as a child and renewed his request to dismiss the lawsuit altogether. Lawyers Annie Altman did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Annie Altman accused her brother of sexually abusing and raping her between 1987 and 2006 at the family home in suburban Clayton, Missouri. She said the abuse began when she was 3 years old and he was 12. She claims that, quote, last acts of sexual abuse and rape occurred when Sam Altman was an adult. The Altman family had said that Annie Altman has mental health challenges and received financial support. Sam Altman said his sister began accusing him on social media of sexual abuse after they rejected her extreme demand for greater and greater financial support. Her lawsuit began in January 2025. Altman is also suing his sister for defamation over her posts. He is seeking $, saying he does not want to harm his sister financially, but was averred that her statements are not true.
The largest of Australia's 2 oil refineries is hitting petrol production. This comes as the country faces mounting pressure to strengthen fuel security amid global supply disruptions linked to Iran war. Fire Rescue Victoria's Assistant Chief Fire Officer begins with an update.
Yes, it was me 11:15 last night. Fire broke up here at the Beaver oil refinery plant in Baroyo. The fire started in what's called the gas plant, which is a section of the refinery that assists with the production of high-octane fuels. There's been a significant leak of liquid hydrocarbons and gases that have fueled the fire.
Emergency crews said the fire was brought through the night that has been contained to a limited area of site. No injuries have been reported. Authorities say the smoke to public. The smoke may affect nearby areas. Traffic restrictions remain in place. Fire comes Prime Minister Anthony Albanese travels through Southeast Asia to shore up fuel security amid tensions in the Middle East. The refinery processes about 120,000 barrels a day. It supplies more than half of the fuel needed for Australia's second most populous state, around 10% of national demand. Energy Minister Chris Bowen says petrol production could be affected for some time, though the full impact isn't clear yet.
Obviously, the fire still burning, so can't make any final sort of conclusions about the impacts. Not positive development. It will have an impact, but at this point, production of diesel and jet fuel does continue, and no reason to believe that there's need to stop that. The impact on production, I'm sure production will continue, but it may be impacted sometime, obviously.
Vive Energy CEO Scott White told reporters their primary focus is to quickly put the fire hit operation at 2 units at the refinery before setting down at the site and safely restore production. These shares are on trading hold, pending the impact of the fire.
Key among the critics.
Ticketmaster Live Nation broke up. Probably. Would that won't fix things? I sure would. And I'm sure of this. No artist should be forced to sell tickets without saying who sells them and how they are sold.
That was back in January. Now Ticketmaster and hair company Live Nation face illegal rebuke too. New York jury found Wednesday that the pair operated an illegal monopoly in US live events. A statement to Big Apple Attorney General Edition said, "A jury found we have long known to be true. Live Nation and Ticketmaster are breaking the law and costing consumers millions of dollars in the process. Live Nation has a legal challenge appealing that might yet undermine the verdict. But if it stands, the firm could face claims of damages from US states and even be forced to sell Ticketmaster." The jury found that Live Nation had illegal monopolies in market for ticketing services to venues, including major amphitheaters. It said that the company made use of venues conditional on artists accepting these of its promotion services, echoing demand made by Kid Rock in his testimony to Congress.
Number one, artists should control who sells their tickets and how.
The Department of Justice has already agreed a settlement with Live Nation, requiring it to open up access to 13 amphitheaters. But critics say the deal doesn't go far enough, and some say have said they will step up antitrust actions. Live Nation shares closed over 6% lower following the verdict, while competitors including Vivid Seats and StubHub saw their stock jump. First Lady Melania Trump rushed to safety Saturday night after a man armed with a shotgun tried to breach security at the White House correspondents' dinner. It is a dark chaos at the event. Attendee took out and armed Secret Service officers ran to the room and hustled the president to safety. About an hour later, Trump posted Austria's social that Esch had been apprehended. He looked at a hastily arranged news conference where he and the reporters are still in their formal wear.
Men got a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and it was taken out by some very brave members of the Secret Service that acted very quickly. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing a obviously very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and that's his job. I just spoke to the officer and he's doing great.
Trump posted a video set to show a suspect attempting to rush security for the event. He also posted a still showing a man being held face down on the floor.
Ms. is captured. They've gone to his apartment. I see lives in California, and he's a sick person, very sick person.
Trump and federal agents were raiding Sutton's home. He was detained at California called Tom Allen, about 15 years old. Police said the suspect was believed to have acted alone with no further danger posed, and officials say the FBI would lead probe into the incident.
In a new world record time, the war, the pyramid, and the museum,
New map record, the Boston, South, Calvin Valley. Generations look back on 6th of April 2026. A day man broke through a physical and psychological barrier long thought insurmountable. And they, whatever attached to that moment, will be fast.
A broken bureaucracy has done the same thing for decades. When our fighters needed more weapons, aircraft, and ships, the Department of Defense allowed contractors to double dip at your expense. They charge you, the taxpayer, to build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product. And paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant, and cost overruns were the norm. All while the CEOs got rich. But today, President Trump's War Department is flipping this race system on its head. We're not tolerating delays in production or cost overrun anymore. We've pushed out the bureaucrats who made these deals that pass and placed them with those talented negotiators in the private sector. A group of businessmen so lead, they rightly dubbed Deal Team 6. It's simple. We're putting the American taxpayer first by offering you a better deal. We now move at the speed of business, not bureaucracy. Now when the defense company expands its production, sell more equipment to the U.S. military, they pay bill. They pay for new factories, assembly lines, manufacturing plants, not the taxpayer. In exchange, we're giving these companies steady, long-term orders for exactly what our warriors need. And defense companies are making things high volumes much more quickly while keeping their prices flat. Should these companies fail to deliver, we will hold them accountable and be a new companies who will. Speed, volume, and fiscal responsibility. It's common sense, and it's what the American taxpayer demands. The War Department has made the move from bureaucracy to business. Over the next month, we will release a series of videos that highlight how President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion defense budget will make generational investment in our arsenal of freedom. This investment will secure and protect Homeland, ensure America's military remains the most lethal fighting force on Earth for generations to come. We're going to spend every dollar of that money responsibly, because that's what you deserve, that's what America needs, and that's what this president demands.
Fears of new military operations between the U.S. and Iran rose on Monday over the movement ship through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's AT said Monday its Navy had forced a U.S. warship to turn back from entering the crucial waterway. The semi-official Fars news agency said 2 missiles struck a warship near Cliff Gas, where Iran maintained a base, but U.S. command quickly denied any of its incidents struck. Senior Iranian official told Reuters that a warning shot was fired against the U.S. warship to prevent its entry into the strait. Reuters has been unable to independently verify the claims. The country can't come after President Donald Trump said U.S. start an effort on Monday morning to free ships stranded in the strait, calling it a quote humanitarian gesture. In response to Trump's announcement, Tehran told commercial ships and oil tankers to refrain from any movement that was not coordinated with Iran's military. SACOM on Monday said its destroyer had escorted 2 U.S.-led merchant vessels out of the strait, and quote American forces are actively assisting for transit for commercial shipping. Iran has blocked nearly all shipping into and out of the Gulf since it was attacked by the U.S. and Israel at the end of February. That closure cut off around a fifth of the world's oil and gas shipments, and oil prices soared by 50% or more. The United States initial sped attack on Iran 4 weeks ago, and U.S. and Iran officials held a round of face-to-face talks. Iranian media said on Sunday Washington had conveyed its response to a 14-point Iran proposal via Pakistan, and that Tehran was reviewing it. Either side gave details.
Welcome to our largest exchange, where we uncover the most profound and enduring marvel of our world. Today, we embark on a journey through time, bridging the gap between ancient scriptures and modern landscape. The Bible is filled with incredible stories, and friend, the idea of walking in the footsteps of biblical figures seems to kiss the dream. What if I told you that any of these sacred places still exist, standing as powerful testaments of millennia of history and faith, showing us that we explore the little landmarks that still exist today across the world? These are not just archaeological sites, they are living connections to sources that have shaped civilizations, prepared to walk where history truly happened. Kicking off a journey in Nurten, one of the oldest continually inhabited cities on Earth, Sea of Damascus, Syria. Damascus is not only one of the oldest cities in the world, with evidence of habitation dating back thousands of years, but it's also mentioned multiple times through the Bible. Most famously, it's the place where Saul, Peter, and Paul had his transformative vision on the road to Damascus, Acts 9 verses 1 to 9. This pivotal moment in Christian history took place just outside of ancient gates. Today, Damascus still thrives as a bustling city, but an ancient heart beats strong, with centuries of mosques, churches, and marketplaces standing at living witness to its profound past. It's a distinct enduring human civilization and faith. Number 9. A sea famous for falling walls and being history. The Sea of Jericho, the saying. Believed to be one of the oldest continually inhabited cities in the world, Jericho holds immense biblical significance. Seamlessly known for the dramatic story in the book of Joshua, its fall miraculously fell after God was on march around for 7 days. Joshua 6 verses 1 to 27. Jericho is also mentioned in the New Testament as saying where Jesus encountered with Jesus. Today, an archaeological tell, or mound, marks the site of the ancient city's ruins, where multiple layers of civilization have been unearthed. The modern city of Jericho, surrounded by lush palm trees, continues to flourish, little linked to biblical narratives. Our 8th landmark takes us to the hometown of Jesus himself, the city of Nazareth, Israel. Nazareth, nestled in the Lower Galilee region, is where Jesus spent his childhood and early adulthood. It's the place where the angel Gabriel is said to have appeared to Mary to announce that she would see Jesus. Luke 1 verses 26 to 38. Although a modern city today, Nazareth still contains its deeply rooted in biblical tradition. The magnificent Church of the Annunciation, built over a traditional site of Mary's house, stands as a central pilgrimage destination, allowing visitors to connect with the very beginnings of Jesus' story. It's a powerful reminder of his formative use. Number 7. The sacred birthplace of Christ, Sea of Bethlehem, West Bank. Bethlehem, small town near south of Jerusalem, holds unparalleled importance as the birthplace of Jesus Christ. Matthew 2 verses 1 to 12, Luke 2 verses 1 to 7. The centerpiece is the Church of the Nativity, one of the oldest continuously operated churches in the world, built over the road where Jesus is traditionally believed to have been born. Visiting this site, especially at Christmas, can still be one of the most significant events in Christian history. The sea is a vibrant hub of faith, culture, and ancient tradition, echoing with stories from millennia past. For our countdown, at number 6, a river of spiritual significance, Jordan River. Jordan River is famously known as the site where Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist, Matthew 3 verses 13 to 17. Flowing from the Sea of Galilee down to the Dead Sea, this river has been a place of religious ceremony for centuries, symbolizing spiritual cleansing of the earth. While its flow has diminished over time due to various factors, designated baptismal sites like Hazar on the West Bank and Jordan in Israel continue to attract countless visitors who wish to renew faith in its storied waters. Its legacy as a sacred boundary and a place of spiritual initiation endures. Entering our top 5, at number 5, a religious prophecy and prayer, Mount of Olives, Jerusalem. This prominent grade runs parallel to Jerusalem's Old Sea and holds immense biblical significance. It is mentioned multiple times as the place of prayer of Jesus, where he dwelt in Jerusalem, and where he ascended to heaven after his resurrection. Luke 19 verses 31 to 34, Acts 1 verses 9 to 12. Today, the Mount of Olives offers a breathtaking panoramic view of the ancient city. Its slopes are dotted with numerous churches, ancient olive groves, and Jewish cemeteries. It's a place where history, prophecy, and spiritual tradition converge, providing a profound connection to Jesus' final days and ascension. Just shy of the podium, number 4, a tranquil place of biblical prayer, the Garden of Gethsemane, Jerusalem. Situated at the Mount of Olives, Jerusalem, the Garden of Gethsemane is a point site Jesus prayed in English, was arrested the night for his crucifixion, Matthew 26 verses 36 to 56. Garden still exists today, a place of quiet reflection and solitude. Contains several ancient olive trees, some of which are believed to be meters, perhaps even 1,000 or more years old. While it's impossible to confirm they stood there at the time of Christ, they offer tangible link to that pivotal moment of deep prayer and betrayal, making it an incredibly powerful place to visit. Claimed around middle of number 3, found in the Revelation, Mount Sinai, Jabal Musa, Egypt. according to Old Testament, this is sacred mountain where Moses received the Ten Commandments from God, Exodus 19-20. Located at the red-side peninsula of Egypt, Mount Sinai, or Jebel Musa, it found pilgrimage site for Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. Many devout pilgrims climb the mountain's steep paths, often 3 hours, to witness the sunrise from the summit, connecting the powerful biblical narrative of divine revelation. At its base lies St. Catherine's Monastery, one of the oldest working Christian monasteries in the world, adding another layer of historical and spiritual depth to the sacred landscape. Our runner at number 2, beat of biblical history, the city of Jerusalem. Arguably the most important city in the entire Bible, Jerusalem is central to both the Old and New Testaments. It's not just a city. It's a living museum of faith and history. It's home to some of the holiest sites in the world, including the revered Western Wall, a remnant of the second temple complex, the Temple Mount, sacred to multiple faiths, Garden Tomb, and the tradition path Jesus to his crucifixion, the Via Dolorosa. Walking at ancient streets land old stone, you can feel the echoes of prophets, kings, and the very footsteps of Jesus, making it unparalleled destination for spiritual and historical exploration. And finally, at number 1, a serene body of water central to Jesus' ministry, the Sea of Galilee, Tiberias, is the freshwater lake, also known as Lake Hinnon, is perhaps the most vivid background to many of Jesus' stories and miracles. To what he calls his disciples, Matthew 4 verses 18-22, caught a furious storm, Mark 4 verses 35-41, to water, Matthew 14 verses 22-33, delivered beneath his teachings. Today, the surrounding area, including the city of Tiberias, remains a popular pilgrimage and tourist destination. Visitors can take a peaceful ride up very waters where these transformative events are believed to have taken place, experience the impact, tangible connection to gospel narratives. It's a place where the ancient past feels incredibly present. From ancient cities to sacred mountains and stream waters, is a little landmark stands portal, enduring the story that shaped humanity for millennia. They invite us to stop our present and connect with past that continues to resonate across cultures and faiths. Which of these incredible landmarks would you most want to visit? Let us know in the comments below. If you've been moved by this journey through biblical history, be sure to hit the like button, share this video with fellow seekers, and subscribe to World Art 16 for more incredible explorations of our world's enduring wonders. Until next time, keep exploring the roots of our past. Welcome to World Artistic Dreams, where we explore the planet's most epic comparisons. Today, we're taking on the battle of urban beauty, asking a question as subjective as it is fascinating. When it comes to beautiful cities, which country comes on top? In one corner, we have the United States, a land defined by sprawling landscapes and a rich tapestry of history. In the other, we have China, a nation of explosive growth of nation dynasties. This isn't about which country is better. It's about exploring two fundamentally different philosophies of beauty. This should be found in the organic blend of the city with its natural surroundings, or in the breathtaking cycle of human ambition and architectural daring. Join us as we explore the extremes of urban design, and you can be the judge. Let's start with the American contenders. The American ideal, nature and history. American urban beauty is often tied to two things: its connection to stunning natural landscapes and its preservation of historical character. Unlike many of the counterparts, American cities often feel as though they grew organically from the land, not on top of it. First, let's talk about San Francisco, California. The city's beauty is the direct result of its human geography. It's a sea of hills, where every tree offers a new, breathtaking vista of the bay. The iconic Golden Gate Bridge is under 2 points, images human ingenuity with the raw beauty of the Pacific Ocean. The beauty of San Francisco is in its dynamic, living relationship with land and sea. Next, we journey to south, to Venice, Georgia. Here, the beauty is on a much more intimate, human scale. Savannah's downtown is famous for its 22 meticulously planned squares, which serve as a renewed oasis in its bustling city. Its streets are candied by ancient live oak trees, draped in Spanish moss. This isn't the beauty of Grand Island. It's the beauty of deliberate planning, slow-moving history, and a peaceful, serene atmosphere that feels like stepping back in time. Then we have a city that combines old elements, Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston's a visual feast, known for its pastel-colored colonial houses, cobblestone alleys, and a waterfront that has witnessed centuries of history. The beauty here is in its preservation, its charming character, and the way the sea feels both grand and welcoming at the same time. And finally, consider Seattle, Washington. Seattle's beauty is a fantastic dramatic backdrop. The city's mountain skyline is framed by the snow-capped peak of Mountain to the east and shimmering peaks down to the west. It's a place where you can be in the heart of a bustling metropolis, yet feel completely immersed into the Pacific Northwest's natural grandeur. The American ideal urban beauty is one blending in, of complementing its surroundings rather than dominating. The Chinese ideal, future, tradition. Now, let's cross the Pacific and cut Chinese ideal. Here, the beauty is about breathtaking ambition, vision-based change, and a powerful contrast between ancient legacies and relentless future. Our first stop is to see the divine modern beauty, Shanghai. The beauty demonstrates to the spectacle of light steel, a skyline that seems to reflect of it. Shanghai's beauty is its scale, its reality, its dazzling, neon limit. It's a city that looks forward, a symbol of calm, power, and architectural air that creates a truly unforgettable visual experience. Then there's a city that offers a different kind of extreme, Beijing. Beijing's beauty is not in the skyline but in its soul. It's the inspiring contrast between the ancient walls of Forbidden Sea and the old modern metropolis that is grown around. Extended Tiananmen Square, the city imperial past and the dynamic present stand side by side is a powerful reminder of a civilization with deep history and unstoppable future. Our next city break the mold entirely, Gilan. Many people don't think Gilan is a city, but it's a perfect example of China's unique range of nature. The city is a small, human scale as some of the world's most significant natural formations, the towering powers mountains and the Ringli River. This is beauty with the city's mere footnote, spectator the immense power of nature. And finally, consider the extreme density and beauty of Hong Kong. Hong Kong's beauty is a masterpiece of verticality. The city's skyscrapers rise dramatically from the ocean, climbing the steep slopes of the mountains behind it. The view from Victoria Peak, panorama of skyscrapers, ships, and green hills is one of the most iconic and stunning in the world. It's beauty that is both dense and breathtakingly open at the same time. The verdict. So, which country leads to beautiful cities? The American idea of beauty is rooted in history and its impact relationship with nature. The Chinese idea is a stunning display of human vision, scale, and a dramatic dialogue between the past and the future. Ultimately, there's no single winner. The most beautiful city is the one that speaks to your soul. Deeper, charming, human-scale beauty of a place like Savannah, but the dizzying, awe-inspiring spectacle of the skyline like Shanghai's. The true beauty of these two nations is they each offer a completely different, yet equally spectacular, vision of what a city can be. Which country cities do you find more beautiful? Let us know in the comments below. If you were amazed by the incredible urban gems, be sure to hit that like button, share this video, and subscribe to World Logistics Extremes for more extraordinary discoveries. Until next time, keep exploring. Welcome to World Logistics Extremes, where we uncover the most astonishing facts about human history and ingenuity. Today, we're taking a journey to the very foundations of human knowledge, exploring content whose mathematical brilliance has often been overlooked. Africa. Long before the Greeks or Romans, African civilizations developed sophisticated mathematical concepts, formulas, and tools that profoundly influenced the world. These aren't just curiosities, they have groundbreaking innovations that showcase advanced thought, practical application, and a deep understanding of the cosmos. Join us as we keep on by ancient mathematical formulas and innovation from the laid the groundwork for modern science and technology. Prepare to have our understanding of mathematical history transformed. Kicking off our list at number 5, an artifact that redefines the origins of human counting, the Libambo bone. Discovered in the cave in Eswatini, formerly Swaziland. The Bumbo bone is a baboon fibula marked with 29 stitches. Dating back a stunning 35 plus 50,000 years, it stands as the oldest known mathematical artifact in the world. Many scholars believe it served the form of telesaic calendar, mostly used by women to track menstrual cycles or lunar phases. Its existence is profound, highlighted that early mathematical and ecological thinking, the very act of wide-fang tracking, originated in Africa, demonstrated a fundamental basic abstract thought tens of thousands of years ago. It's a silent witness to the dawn of numerical understanding. At number 4, the practical geometry that built the ancient world's wonders, Egyptian geometry. Ancient Egyptians are not just master builders, they are master geometers. They developed incredibly practical, advanced methods of geometry crucial for managing land surveys after the annual Nile floods and, of course, for constructing monumental buildings like the pyramids. They famously used rope with lots of form accurate right angles or building foundations, a technique that demonstrates an early, applied understanding of the Pythagorean theorem, equal plus 2 equals e2, long before Pythagoras. Even more remarkably, Moscow mathematical preparatio could calculate the exact volume of a truncated pyramid, a complex formula that focuses the sophisticated spatial reasoning and mastery of 3D geometry, innovation foundational to architecture and engineering worldwide. Author saw this complete mathematical textbook from the ancient world, the Roman mathematical papyrus. This ancient Egyptian document, dating back to around 50 BC, is the key source of information on mathematics of the time. Discovered in Egypt, it's essentially a collection of 84 mathematical problems and their solutions, serving as a teaching tool for scribes and engineers. Papyrus includes examples of algebra, geometry, and arithmetic, showing how Egyptians calculated the area of circles, the volume of pyramids, and solved linear equations. Its existence is a powerful testament to the formalized mathematical knowledge that existed in ancient Africa, providing invaluable insights into advanced problem-solving techniques and a systematic approach to education. At number 2, unique numerical system that drove ancient calculations, Egyptian fractions. Ancient Egyptians used a unique and highly innovative system of fractions. Instead of using complex fractions like 5, 6, all fractions were expressed as a sum of different unit fractions, fractions with the numerator of 1, such as 1/2 plus 1/3. This system, extensively detailed in documents like the Roman mathematical papyrus, requires sophisticated problem-solving to write down complex values into square parts. While seemingly counterintuitive to us today, this method was a major mathematical innovation in ancient Egypt, influencing later civilizations and demonstrating advanced and neat understanding of number theory and numerical manipulation. It highlights a distinct way of thinking about problems that challenge future mathematicians for centuries. And finally, a mathematical artifact that truly rewrote the history of numbers. At number 1, the Ashango bone. Discovered in Congo, the Ashango bone is one of the oldest mathematical artifacts in the world, dating back over 20,000 years. This baboon fibula features a series of intricately carved marks, which many archaeologists and mathematicians believe represent prime number table, a lunar calendar, or even a method for basic multiplication. This incredible discovery proves that African societies had a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and abstract thought far earlier than previously imagined. From the earliest concept of mathematics to modern banking, Africa's legacy of innovation is undeniable. These multi-billion-dollar contributions remind us that ingenuity knows no geographical bounds, and that history is often far richer and more diverse than we are sometimes taught. Which of these groundbreaking African innovations amazed you most? Let us know in the comment below. If you've been inspired by the brilliance of the African continent, be sure to hit the like button, share the video, and subscribe to our largest streams for more incredible insights into human achievement. Until next time, keep exploring and celebrating the true wonders of our world. App Player Simple Pro, which one's right for you? Welcome to our largest streams, or to source for all things tech. If you ever found yourself in the App Store, sitting in MacBook Air and Mac Pro, or an iPad Air and an iPad Pro, you will be asked the same question: what's the real difference? It's no aims to see, almost until it's easy to get confused. But the truth is, the difference between Air and Pro is much more than just a name. It's a fundamental decision about what you need for your device. Today, we're going through the dark in the dark to give you clear, no-nonsense guide to choosing the right Apple product for you. We'll break in the board for this performance, design, and features, so you can make a smart, confident decision. Let's start with the laptops. MacBook Air versus MacBook Pro, portability versus performance. When you're looking at laptops, the simplest way to think about difference is this: MacBook Air is the ultimate machine for portability, and the MacBook Pro is the ultimate machine for performance. Let's start with the MacBook Air. Who is this laptop for? It's for the student taking notes, the reader working from a coffee shop, the everyday user who wants fantastic, reliable machine browse the web, streaming videos, and acting daily productivity tasks. Key features: the Air is lightly designed, it's fanless architecture, and it's now no battery life. Because it has no fan, it's completely silent. You won't hear a single word, no matter what you're doing. It's silent, simple message you'll carry and use all day, with a battery that often lasts an entire workday on a single charge. It's truly built for life and good, but silence comes with trade-off. Without a fan, the Air can handle intense, lumber workloads. If you try to fast like adding a 4K video or running class for hours, the Air will warm and slow down to protect itself. It's not designed for that kind of intense, sustained work. As the name suggests, this is a machine for professionals. Think of video editor rendering a film, the software developer compiling code, with the 3D artist creating intricate models. The Pro's main advantage is raw power. It comes with a more powerful processor and, crucially, a built-in cooling fan. That fan allows the laptop to stay cool, so it can run at peak performance for hours on end with the throttle. While slightly thicker and heavier than the Air, it's still an incredibly portable machine that doesn't compromise on speed. The Pro also offers a rider, more wide display, more ports to connect accessories, and the ability to configure with more memory and storage. It's built for those who need a workhorse that work, no matter how managed job. So when it comes to the laptops, your choice is simple. If your work involves busy tasks, you prioritize a super light, quiet, all-day machine, MacBook Air is perfect. But if you're a professional who needs software power and speed for intensive tasks, the MacBook Pro is the only way to go. iPad Air versus iPad Pro, all-around versus all-in-one. The same philosophy of Air versus Pro applies to Apple tablets, but with a slight twist. Here, the choice is between a fantastic all-around tablet and a high-end device that can genuinely function as a laptop replacement. Let's start with the iPad Air. The iPad Air is for anyone who wants a powerful tablet that balances performance and portability. It's an incredible device for students, for artists who enjoy digital drawing, and for anyone who loves gaming and media consumption. It uses a powerful Apple series chip, making it a significant upgrade from standard iPad. This means it can handle most tasks with ease for creative work and heavy gaming. It's so sleek, lightweight, and supports both the Apple Pencil and the Magic Keyboard, transforming it into a versatile productivity tool. For most people, the iPad Air is more than that power for everything they could possibly need to do on a tablet. Now let's talk about the iPad Pro. The iPad Pro is the ultimate tablet for creative professionals. Its key features its advanced display and its hardware performance. The Pro screen features Pro technology, which allows for an incredibly smooth and responsive experience, whether you're scrolling through a web page or drawing with the Apple Pencil. It also has a more powerful M-series chip and more RAM, making it true performance ease for professional-grade work. The Pro also has a more advanced camera system with lighter air, which allows for incredibly accurate depth mapping and advanced augmented reality. It's the device choice for those who need a larger screen and every possible professional feature to work on go. In the world of tablets, your choice custom to this. If you want a phenomenal all-around device for everyday use, the iPad Air is a brilliant choice that gives you great value. If you're an artist, designer, or a professional who needs absolute best in screen technology and performance to research a traditional laptop, iPad Pro is in a class of its own. So to sum it all up, the Air model is about portability and everyday tasks, while Pro model is about raw power and professional workloads. Don't pay for power you don't need. Choose the one that fits your life and your budget. Which one do you think is right for you? Let me know in the comments below. If this video helped you, please give it a like and subscribe to World Artist Streams for more tech explained simply. Thanks for watching, and stay charged.
No.
ዋላችሁ አከምጅት ነገምኒ ክቡር አፈ ጉባኤ ታገሰ ጫፎ፣ ክቡር አፈ ጉባኤ አገኘሁ ተሻገር፣ ክቡር ምክትል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር መስገን ጥሩነህ፣ ክቡር አቶ አንፋራ የፓርቲያችን ምክትል ፕሬዝዳንት፣ የተከበራችሁ የሁሉም ክልል ርዕሳነ መስተዳድሮች፣ የሁለቱ ከተማ ከንቲቦች፣ ሚኒስትሮች፣ አባገዳዎች፣ ባለስልጣኖች፣ የቢሾፍቱ ፍቅል ከተማ ነዋሪዎች ሁላችሁም ለዚህ ታላቅ ቀን በሰላም እንኳን አደረሰን እንኳን አደረሳችሁ። የዘንድሮ የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ማስጀመሪያ መርሃ ግብር በቢሾፍቱ እንዲጀመር ከተወሰነበት ዋነኛ ምክንያት አንዱ የቢሾፍቱ ከተማ የኮሪደር ስራ ብቻ ሳይሆን ዛፍ መትከል፣ አበባ መትከል፣ ችግኝ በማፍላት ለአዲስ አበባም ጭምር ትልቅ ግብዓት ስለሆነችና የዚህ ዓላማ ስኬት ለነበራችሁ አስተዋጽኦና ለነበራችሁ ድጋፍ ምስጋና ለማቅረብ ጭምር ነውና እንኳን ደስ ያላችሁ። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ መርሃ ግብር በቀጥታ የኢትዮጵያን ሉዓላዊነት ከመረጋገጥ የኢትዮጵያን ብልጽግና ከመረጋገጥ ህልማችን ጋር የሚተሳሰር አንኳር ጉዳይ ነው። የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት በምግብ ራስን በመቻል፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ድንበርን በማስጠበቅ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ቅርሶቻችን በመጠበቅ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ዳራችን በመጠበቅ በብዙ መልኩ የሚገለጥ ሲሆን የአረንጓዴ አሻራና ሉዓላዊነት ያላቸው ትስስር ምን እንደሚመስል ለመረዳት እንዲያግዘን የአንድ ሀገር ሉዓላዊነት ተደፈረ የሚባለው በሁለት ዋና መንገዶች ነው። አንደኛው መንገድ ባዕድ አልሞ አስቦ ታጥቆ ድንበር ጥሶ ሲገባብን ያኔ የሀገር ሉዓላዊነት ተደፈረ ይባላል። በዘመናት መካከል ኢትዮጵያውያን አባቶቻችን እንደዚህ ያለው መደፈር እንዳያጋጥም ሕይወታቸውን፣ አጥንታቸውን፣ ደማቸውን፣ ማንነታቸውን በመገበር ነፃ ሀገር ሊያስረክቡን ችለዋል። ሁለተኛው ሉዓላዊነት ሊደፈርበት መንገድ ጠላት ከውጭ መቶ ሳይሆን የኛ ሀብት የኛ ንብረት በዋዛ ፈዛዛ መልሰን የምንተካው እንዳፈር ያለ ውድ ሀብት ድንበር ጥሶ ከክልላችን ሲወጣ ሌላ የሉዓላዊነት መደፈር መገለጫ ነው። የመጣን መከላከል ብቻ ሳይሆን አላግባብ የሚወጣን ጭምር ተከላክለን ማቆየት ያስፈልግ ነበር፣ ያስፈልጋል። ለዚህ ነው የምንሰራው። ባለፉት ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ በተሟላ ሁኔታ ሳትገነዘብና ሳታውቅ ያጣችው አፈር መጠን በገንዘብ ሊተመን አይችልም። ከፍተኛ ሀብት ስናጣ ቆይተናል። ያንን አፈር ከመሸርሸር ነፃ ከጓዝ ከምስጋናዎች ከመቀበል ተከላክሎ ማቆየት ሉዓላዊነትን የምንከላከልበት አንድ መግለጫ ነው። መጥቶም ብንካከል ሳያስፈቅድ ሲሄድም ብንካከል ሁለቱም ለኢትዮጵያ ህልውና መቀጠል ወሳኝ ጉዳዮች ስለሆኑ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ከሚያስጠብቁ በአንድ ጉዳይ እናንተ እየተሳተፍን እንደሆን አምነን ገብቶን ደስ ሊለንና በደስታ ልንተክል እንደሚገባ ላሳስባችሁ ፈልጋለሁ። የኛ አባቶች አድዋ ላይ ገድል ሰርተዋል። እኔና እናንተ በግሪ ሌጋሲ ሌላ ገድል የሰራ ነው። ልጆቻችን ሁለት የሉዓላዊነት መገለጫ ያሰባሉ። አድዋ ላይ ተዋግተው ከውጭ የመጣን ጠላት ተከላከሉ። በግሪ ሌጋሲ ዘመን ደግሞ ተባብረው ችግኝ ተክለው የሚሸረሸር ተራራን፣ የሚጓዝ አፈርን፣ የሚጠፍ ውሃን ተከላከሉ ብሎ ሁለቱን በኩል ልጆቻችን ለማውሳት እንዲችሉ ስለሚያስችል በሰራችሁት ስራ ገናም በምንሰራው ስራ እንኳን ደስ ያላችሁ እንኳን ተሳካላችሁ ማለት እወዳለሁ። የዘንድሮ የአረንጓዴ አሻራ መሪ ቃል ተስፋን መትከል ይላል። ተስፋን መትከል የነገን ብሩህ ታሪክ ዛሬ መጻፍ ነው። ተስፋን መትከል የተስፋችን ሰዎች ወደ ታች ዘልቀው እንዲገቡ ማድረግ፣ የብልጽግና ግንዶች ወደ ላይ እንዲያድጉ፣ የብልጽግና ቅርንጫፎች ወደ ጎን እንዲስፋፉ፣ የብልጽግና ፍሬዎች ከተከልነው ዛፍ የምንበላው የምንሽጠው ሀብት እንዲሆኑ የሚያስችል ነው። ለምን ተስፋን መትከል በተለየ መንገድ መረጣችሁ ያላችሁ እንደሆነ ተስፋ በጣም በርካታ ትርጓሜዎች አሉት። ለምሳሌ የቢሾፍቱ ከተማ ነዋሪዎች በሰባተኛው ሀገራዊ ምርጫ ሙሉ ቀን በፀሐይ በውርጭ ሳይታክቱ ተሰልፈው መጥተዋል። የመረጡት ግን የቢሾፍቱ ከንቲባ የኦሮሚያ ክልላዊ መንግስት በቂ ስራ ሰሩልን ብለው ሳይሆን ሊሰሩልን ይችላሉ ተስፋ አድርገው ነው። ተስፋን ታጥቀው ተስፋን አድርገው ብንደግፍ አብረን ብንቆም የተሻለ ልማት ሊመጣ ይችላል ብለው ነው። በዚህ ምርጫ የምታሸንፉ ሰዎች አስምራችሁ ልትገነዘቡ የሚገባው ነገር የኢትዮጵያ ሕዝብ ተሰርቶለት ሳይሆን ተስፋ ሰንቆ ነው የመረጠው። ይህንን ተስፋ በተለያየ መንገድ ዘው ተያይዞ ማየት ያስፈልጋል። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ መቀነት ነው። አረንጓዴ መቀነት ስለሆነ ሀገርን ያልብሳል። ቅድም እንዳያችሁት የገጠን የነጠን ስፍራ አረንጓዴ በለምለም ልብስ ያልብሳል። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ጸዳል ነው፣ መንፈስ ያድሳል። እዚህ ቦታ የሚቀመጥ ማንም ሰው ይህንን ተራራ ይህንን ሐይቅ አይቶ ውስጡ ደስታ የማይሞላ ሐሴት የማይላበስና የመረጋጋት ስሜት በውስጡ የማያርሰው አይኖርም። ተፈጥሮ እንደዚህ አይነት ጉልበት አለው። የተረበሸ ማንነት የማከም ጉልበት አለው። ይህ አረንጓዴ ጸዳል መንፈስ ያድሳል። አረንጓዴ ወርቅም ነው ተስፋ። አረንጓዴ ወርቅ ቢዋውት ቤት ነው፣ ቢነግዱ ቢሸጡበት ደግሞ ሀብት ነው። እናንተ ተመልከቱ፣ ከ600 ሚሊዮን ዘንድሮ 3 ቢሊዮን ገደማ ኤክስፖርት እንደርሳለን። ስንረከብ 600 ሚሊዮን ነበር፣ ዛሬ 3 ቢሊዮን ደርሰናል። ይህ የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ውጤት ነው። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ውርስ ነው፣ ትውልድ የሚኮራበት ብሩህ ነገር ዛሬ የሚሳልበት የሚጻፍበት ልጆቻችን ይህንን ባህል ይህንን ልምድ ይዘው ያደጉ እንደሆነ የበለጸገ አረንጓዴ የለበሰ ከጓሮ ከማሳው የሚበላ የሚሸጥ የሚሸምትበት ሀገር ስለሚረከቡ እንደኛ በድህነት በችግር በእርዳታ የሚታወቁ ሳይሆኑ በልተው ጠግበው ማገዝ የሚችሉ እንደሚሆን ምንም ጥርጥር የለውም። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ እንቅስቃሴያችን በጀመርነው መንገድ ተቀናጅተን ተደመን በአንድ ልቡና መስራት መትከል እስካቀጥል ድረስ ኢትዮጵያ የተረጂነት ታሪኳ ያ ክፉ ታሪክ ጥፋት ላይ ቆምን የእርዳታ የማገዝ ታሪኳ በእኔና በእናንተ ዘመን እንደሚጀመር ምንም ጥርጣሬ የለኝም። ዛሬ የቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ያለበትን የስራ ሁኔታ ከስራ ኃላፊዎች ጋር ማየት እድል አግኝተን ነበር። የቢሾፍቱ ከተማ ነዋሪዎች ይህንን ስራ አልፎ አልፎ በእግርም ቢሆን እየሄዳችሁ ማየት አለባችሁ። ብዙ ስራ ብዙ ፕሮጀክት በተለያየ ሀገር ያየን ቢሆንም እኔና ጓደኞቼ እዛ የተግባባነው እስከዚህ ባለው እድሜያችን በቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ደረጃ ማሽን የሚንቀሳቀስበት ከፍተኛ ሰው የሚንቀሳቀስበት ስራ አይቻላቅም፣ አይተውም አያውቁም። እናንተም አይታችሁ አታውቁም። ቅርብ ስላለ በኋላ ፈዛዛ ማለፍ የለበትም። ማየት አለባችሁ፣ መስራት አለባችሁ፣ ማገዝ አለባችሁ፣ መጠበቅ አለባችሁ። አይችሉም ብለው ነበር በአረንጓዴ አሻራ ችለን ዓለም ተደሟል። በኤርፖርት አትችሉም ባል ችለን እናሰርፋቸዋለን። ለዚህ ሳይሰራለት በበቂ ሳይበላ በበቂ ሳይታገዝ አምኖ በተስፋ ለመረጠ ህዝብ የሚቀጥለው ምርጫ ታላቅ ስጦታ የቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት የመጀመሪያውን ዙር መጨረስ ይሆናል። ይሄ ትልቅ ኮሚትመንት ነው። ተመራጩ መንግስት የሚቀጥለውን ምርጫ ለማድረግ ሲሰናዳ የቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ካለቀ አትብረጡ። አሁን ተስፋ አርጣችኋል። ነገር ግን በስራ መሆን አለበት፣ በደሊቨሪ መሆን አለበት። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ለምግብ ዋስትና ያለውን ፋይዳ ቅድም በዝርዝር ወንድማችን አቶ አዲስ አረጋ አቅርቦታል። ዋና ጉዳይ አፋራችንን ከስደት ግድባችንን ከደለል መከላከል ስንችል የጎደሉ ሐይቆች ሲሞሉ የጎደሉ ደቶች ሲሞሉ ፓምፖች መጠቀም ስንጀምር የኢትዮጵያ ግብርና ምን መሆን እንደሚችል በግልጽ ማየት ተችሏል። ከዛ በተጨማሪ በሄድበት ዓለም ሁሉ የተለየ አቮካዶ ዝርያ፣ የብርቱካን ዝርያ፣ የሎሚ ዝርያ፣ የሮማን ዝርያ ባየንባቸው ቦታዎች ሁሉ መጠነኛ ዘር አምጥተን ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ከ10 በላይ አዳዲስ የፍሩት ችግኞች እያፈላን እየተከን እንገኛለን። በሚቀጥሉት ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ በካካዋ በአዳዲስ የሮማን ዝርያዎች በማክደሚያ በተለያዩ ከዚህ ቀደም በማናቃቸው ፍሩቶች በገበያ የምናያቸው በማሳችን የምናያቸው ሽጠን የምንጠቀምባቸው ለምግብ ዋስትናችን ሁነኛ ሚና የሚጫወቱ ስለሚሆን ባገኙ ቁጥር ማፍላት፣ ማባዛት፣ መትከል በዚያ ውስጥ ደግሞ ስራን ማበራከት ከሁላችን የሚጠበቅ ተግባር ይሆናል። ከስራ ዕድል አንጻር በጣም በርካታ ሰዎች ችግኝ በማፍላት በመሸጥ በመጓጓዝ በመንከባከብ ስራ እያገኙ ይገኛሉ። ከዚያ ባሻገር ቡናው ዶላር ሆኗል፣ አቮካዶ ዶላር ሆኗል። የተከለው ማፍራት ብቻ ሳይሆን ገንዘብ ሆኗል። አሁን የምንተክለው ገንዘብ ይሆናል። ሲደመር ልጆቻችን የጠገበች በለጸገች ሀገር እንዲረከቡ ስለሚያስችል ሳንታክት አብረን እንድንሰራ አደራ እላችሁ እፈልጋለሁ። ከቱሪዝም አንጻር ከዚህ ቀደም በእኛ ስህተት ምክንያት የሸሹ የዱር አራዊቶች እየተመለሱ ነው። አዕዋፋት እየተመለሱ ነው። ሐይቆች ሲሞሉ አዕዋፋትም እየመጡ ነው። እዚህ ሾቱ ብቻ አሁን እያያችሁ ያላችሁት የአዕዋፋት መበራከትና መመለስ የዚህ ከተማ ነዋሪዎች የምታስተውሉ ይመስለኛል። እኔ ብዙ ቪዲዮ ብዙ ፎቶዎች አሉኝ። ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ አስደማሚ አስደናቂ የአዕዋፋት ዝርያዎች እንዳሉ ከምናይባቸው የኢትዮጵያ ቀጠናዎች አንዱ ከቢሾፍቱ እስከ አዋሽ ያለው ነው። ዩኒክ ዝርያ ያለባቸው የሚያምሩ መደመርን በጋድ የሚያሳዩ ሲበሩ እንዴት መሰብሰብ ውበት እንደሆነ አብሮ መቆም አስፈላጊ እንደሆነ አብሮ የሚሰበሰብ የሚቆም ኃይል ሳትወዱ በግድ ቀና ብላችሁ ማየት አስገዳጅ ሁኔታ የሚፈጥር መሆኑን እነዚህ አዋፋት ያሳያሉ። የዱር እንስሳትን ለማየት ጫካዎችን ለማየት ሐይቆቻችን ለማየት ሰዎች ደግሞ ገንዘብ አምጥተው ያፈሳሉ። በሁሉም መስክ አረንጓዴ አሻራ አዋጭ ስራ ነውና ተባብረን እናሳካው። ባለፉት ዓመታት 48 ቢሊዮን ችግኞች ተተክለዋል። በዚህ ዓመትና በሚቀጥለው ዓመት የምንተክለው ደምሮ 65 ቢሊዮን ለመድረስ እቅዳለን። ባለፉት ዓመታት ተክለን ቅድም ያየናቸውን የአፍሪካ ክላይሜት ወደ ኢትዮጵያ ማምጣት ተችሏል። ኮፕ ሰብሳራ ላይ ሲዘጋጅ ኢትዮጵያ የመጀመሪያው ነው። በሚቀጥለው ዓመት 2027 በፈረንጆች ኖቬምበር ዲሴምበር አካባቢ በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ከ70 እስከ 80 ሺህ የሚጠበቁ የዓለም እንግዶች ይመጣሉ። ያኔ ሙሽራዋ ቢሾፍቱ በሺህ የሚቆጠሩ እንግዶች ትቀበላለች። ይህ ስራ ወደ ኢትዮጵያ የመጣበት ዋነኛው ምክንያት ሸን ዓለም ያልቻለውን ሰጠን ስላሳየን 48 ቢሊዮን በነፃ ህዝብ ባሩ የተከለበት አንድ ሀገር ዓለም ላይ የለም። ታላቅ ታሪክ ነው። ዘንድሮ ከ8 ቢሊዮን ላይ እንተክላለን። በዚያ ወደ 56 ወይም ከዛ ላይ ለመግባት እንሞክራለን። በሚቀጥለው ዓመት ከምንጨምረው ጋር 65 ቢሊዮን ችግኝ ተክልን ነው ኮፕ የምናሰናዳው። ኮፕ ኢትዮጵያ ሲዛጅ 65 ቢሊዮን ችግኝ መትከል የቻለች ሀገር የሚልን ዜና ለመላው ዓለም የምናበስርበት ጊዜ ይሆናል። ይህ እንዲሳካ ተመራቂዎች፣ ሙሽሮች፣ በማንኛውም ሁኔታ የምንሰባሰብ ሰዎች፣ ወጣቶች፣ ሴቶች፣ አዛውንቶች፣ ታዳጊዎች ችግኝ መትከል የስራችን አካል መሆኑን ችግኝ መትከል ለልጆቻችን አንድ ቁም ነገር ማቆየት መሆኑን አምነን ከዛሬ ጀምሮ በሚደረጉ እንቅስቃሴዎች ወደን ፈቅደን ጠዋት ማታ ቀን ሳንል በብርብ እንድንተክል ስብሰባዎች ችግኝ ስንተክል እንዳንጀምር፣ ቸርች መስጊድ የምንሄድ ሰዎች ችግኝ ሳንተክል እንዳንጀምር፣ ችግኝ ስንተክል ተፈጥሮን ስንከባከብ መንከባከብ የሚገባን ምድር ስንከባከብ ጸሎቱ ይደመጣል። ለመላው የኢትዮጵያ ሕዝብ በሚቀጥሉት 2-3 ወራት ኑ እንደተለመደው ተስፋችንን እንትከል። ኑ ለኢትዮጵያ ወንድና ሴት ታዳጊዎች ተስፋን እንትከል። ኑ በትብብር የገረጣች የደህየች ኢትዮጵያን አረንጓዴ እናልብስ። ኑ በትብብር ለዓለም ተባብረን አድዋ ላይ የፈጠርነውን ገድል ተባብረን አዲስ ገድል በማሳየት አፍሪካን ዓለምን እናንቃ። እንተባበር፣ እንችላለን። እንሳ፣ እናሳካለን። ያ ሲሆን ፈጣሪያችንም ያግዘናል። ሁሌም እንደምታውቁት ኢትዮጵያ በልጆቿ ጥረት ታፍራና ተከብራ ለዘላለም ትኑር። ኢትዮጵያ ለምና ለዘላለም መኖር አትችልም። ኢትዮጵያ ሌሎችን ድጋፍ ጠይቃ አትችልም። በልጆቿ ጥረት ግን ታፍራ ተከብራ ለዘላለም ነፃ ሆና በልጽጋ ትኖራለች። አመሰግናለሁ።
Welcome to World Art Streams. We celebrate human ingenuity across the globe. Today, we're shining a spotlight on a continent whose profound contributions have often been overlooked: Africa. From the dawn of civilization to cutting-edge modern solutions, Africa is cradle around breaking ideas and inventions. These aren't just fascinating relics; they are innovations that have laid foundations for global progress, created industries, and continue to shape our world in ways you might never have imagined. Join us as we count in the top 10 multi-billion-dollar African innovations and inventions that are shaping the world. Kicking off our list in up 10, an innovation that literally feeds the world: agricultural domestication. Long before global trade routes, African civilizations were revolutionizing how humanity sustained itself. The African continent is the birthplace of many of the world's most potent staple crops. Sorghum, pearl millet, African rice, and yams were all first domesticated here thousands of years ago. This foundational agricultural innovation, originating across various regions of Africa, provides stable food sources for a civilizations, not just on a continent global with trade and migration. The economic and societal value of the domesticated crops, which now underpin all billion-dollar industries worldwide, is measurable. It's a fundamental invention that allowed complex societies to flourish. At number 9, brilliant blend technology and ethics for a modern town, smart ships. For South Africa, crucial innovation addressing one of today's most pressing issues: wildlife conservation. Smart ships are a revolutionary form of conservation technology. The motion activated snares is designed not to harm animals. Instead, when an animal is detected, they send an immediate signal to a local ranger, allowing for a swift, ethical intervention. This invention is modern, a effective solution to combat poaching and protect endangered species. It represents a multi-billion-dollar impact in biodiversity and global fight against the wildlife trade, showcasing Africa's role in ethical tech solutions. Our 8 spots a modern financial revolution that began in the heart of East Africa, Ambassa. London in 2007, M-Pesa is arguably one of Africa's most globally influential innovations. Its mobile-based money transfer service allows users to send, receive, and pay for goods via text message, without the need for a traditional bank account. It was a revolutionary solution for a population with limited access to traditional banking infrastructure. M-Pesa quickly became a lifeline for millions, providing unprecedented financial inclusion and enacting a whole banking revolution that has since been adopted and replicated in dozens of countries worldwide, creating a multi-billion-dollar industry and transforming economies. At number 7, a nation system of written communication that adheres to this day, the script. Originating in the Horn of Africa, the Guzi script is an ancient Semitic system used for centuries in what is now Ethiopia and Eritrea. What makes it a remarkable innovation is its evolution. Unlike many ancient writing systems, it developed its own unique phonology and later evolved to a digital or software, where each character represents a constant vowel combination. This sophisticated system has been continuously used for thousands of years and is still used today in religious texts and daily life, highlighting endurance, intellectual independence, and from cultural value of African writing systems, underpinning centuries of knowledge dissemination. Halfway through our countdown, number 6, an architectural marvel built without mortar, great Zimbabwe architecture. From the period between the 11th and 15th centuries, the people of the Kingdom of Zimbabwe built incredible complex of stone structures without using any mortar. Great Zimbabwe ruins, a series of massive stone enclosures and walls that stand as high as 36 feet, are a testament to advanced indigenous engineering. This architectural marvel, its precision and scale baffled by European explorers, proves that sub-Saharan Africa had its own sophisticated architectural traditions and engineering prowess that were entirely independent of foreign designs. It stands as a multi-billion-dollar cultural heritage site, a symbol of ancient African unity. Entering our top 5, at number 5, profound understanding of the human body and healing, ancient surgery. Long before modern hospitals, African doctors performed complex surgical procedures thousands of years ago. Archaeological evidence from ancient Egypt, South Africa, and Nigeria suggests a remarkable level of medical knowledge. Ancient Egyptian papyri did procedures for treating dislocated joints, broken bones, and even complex eye conditions. Archaeological discoveries have shown evidence of sophisticated trepidation, a form of brain surgery, with a surprisingly high success rate. This evidence points to a level of medical understanding that was far ahead of time, forming foundational knowledge that would have contributed to multi-billion-dollar medical industries globally. It's a foundational vision, underpinning virtually every scientific, intelligent, multi-billion-dollar industry known to humanity, making arguably Africa's most profound and enduring contribution to global progress. Just shy of the body, and therefore, a treasure trove of learning that revolutionized the world, the Tibetan manuscripts. For centuries, the city of Timbuktu was the intellectual, spiritual capital of the Islamic world, often called Athens, Africa. It was home to a vast library and a thriving intellectual community. The Timbuktu manuscripts, a collection of hundreds of thousands of meticulously preserved texts, cover a wide range of subjects: astronomy, mathematics, medicine, law, history, and theology. This multi-billion-dollar collection of knowledge proves the existence of a major center of learning and a culture that valued the preservation and dissemination of knowledge far before the European Renaissance, profoundly influencing global scholarship. Claiming the bound metal number 3, an ancient observatory that predates Stonehenge, the Nat Playa Circle. Located deep in the Sahara Desert southern Egypt, the Nat Playa Circle is an ancient astronomical site that dates Stonehenge by over 1,000 years. This arrangement of megalithic stones, dating back more than 7,000 years, show a clear and precise alignment with the summer solstice and North Star. This is undeniable evidence that early African people had deep and sophisticated understanding of celestial movements, using their knowledge to create a calendar of farming and tracking seasons. This innovation in astronomy and calendar making laid foundational knowledge of countless multi-billion-dollar industries, from agriculture to navigation. At number 2, a mastery of materials that powered entire era, ancient metallurgy and iron smelting. While many parts of the world are still in its own niche, various African cultures were mastering metallurgy. The Haya people of modern-day Tanzania, for instance, developed a highly advanced form of iron smelting over 2,000 years ago. They used forced furnaces that reached temperatures over 1,800 degrees Celsius, a level of technology that was not widely achieved in Europe until the late 19th century. This early mastery of iron across regions like Tanzania, Nigeria, and Sudan was crucial for revolutionary advancements in agriculture, tools, and even early industrialization, contribute foundational knowledge to industries with today. And finally, the innovation that opened the door to complex thought, reading virtually all others, and number 1, the Ashango bone, mathematics. Discovered in the Congo, the Ashango bone is one of the oldest mathematical artifacts in the world, dating back over 20,000 years. This baboon field features a series of intricately carved tally marks, which many archaeologists and mathematicians believe represent prime number table, a lunar calendar, or even a method for basic multiplication. This incredible discovery proves that African societies had a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and astrophysics far earlier than previously imagined. From the earliest concept of mathematics to modern banking, Africa's legacy of innovation is undeniable. These multi-billion-dollar contributions remind us that ingenuity knows no geographical bounds, and that history is often far richer and more diverse than we are sometimes taught. Which of these groundbreaking African innovations amazed you most? Let us know in the comments below. If you've been inspired by the brilliance of the African continent, be sure to hit that like button, share this video, and subscribe to our largest exchange for more incredible insights into human achievement. Until next time, keep exploring and celebrating true leaders of our world.
Yes, I got that. You put that again. I'll put, excuse me. Yeah. Yes.
Please down there, please. Ladies.
How are you?
Thank you.
Over here, please. To your left. To your left, please. Thank you.
Other side well, please. Thank you. Very nice. To the left again, to the left again. To the left, please. Thank you. She's here. We'll call her. Drop the left, it's left, please. Find yourself over here, thank you. And look at that. Beautiful. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. To your left, Honor! To your left, please. Thank you. Come to left, you guys. Over here. Right over here, that's one. One more time to left. please.
Woo!
One more time, go left. Thank you. To your left, please. To your left, please. To your left, please. Thank you. Well done. More to the left, please. More to the left. And to the left, please. Excellent. Thank you. The water. Good ball. Thank you. please. Come on, left, please. Come on, left, please. Go right, left. Over here to the left, one more time, pull left, please. Say one more time, thank you. We can leave. Sir.
Saturday.